right. Good morning, crypto enthusiasts. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully, you guys are having a great start to your day, a great morning. It is absolutely beautiful here where I'm at and enjoying this weather. We're going to have a successful stream today. We're going to pick up from where we last left off on Ethereum and River. We have some moves that we want to discuss. Ultimately, may require a little bit more patience as far as these moves coming to us, but nevertheless, we are going to be getting into it today. Let's let the room fill on up. I'm hoping you guys are doing well. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Let's see what we got going on for Ethereum here. Let's open this up a little bit. We can see River. River was a good move, good bounce. Looking at this as one big wave A, and then looking that wave B. You have your little subwaves over here. We got a wave A, and then we had a B. I think some of you guys were shorting 76, got right into that level for you, 76, 78, with a nice push down to this 53 level. We wanted a little bit more. We wanted to see 52, but essentially, we'll take what we can get. Ethereum kind of looking at the same thing. I'm looking at essentially this could be a wave, a mini wave A, then you have a wave B, and then we'll get a wave C somewhere down inside these levels, maybe down to 2871, maybe a little bit higher up. Actually, I'm going to throw on the 618 just so we have it for reference. Yeah, so these are sharp levels. This was a flat level. But one just essentially wasn't done when we were looking at this level right over here, 2948. So coming right back into this resistance area that we were testing before. Now, if this thing just continues to boom up and just continues to move up higher, then, I'm going to reference back to saying, okay, well, then wave one just still isn't done yet. We're going to wait for that retracement to come back down. Wherever wave one tops out at is essentially where I'm going to be looking for shorts to get back into that wave two, and then I'll be looking for longs in that area. We are currently long inside of River right now at the moment. Longed from this area, took a little bit of profit just to cover fees, and now just writing the rest of it out right now. Good morning, Anakin. Good morning, Benno. God bless you guys. Peace be with you. Just a quick reminder to you guys, we are running a 1K to 10K challenge over the next couple weeks, however long it takes for us to get that target. It is what it is. We do have a daily target goal that we're going to be trying to establish. Just as a reminder, going to put up some guidelines for you guys, so that way you guys have an idea as far as what I'm looking at and how I'm handling this. Happy to answer any questions that are related to strategy, the setups, if you will. And if you guys are coming in late for whatever reason, or if anybody is popping in here, you could always rewind and see what I'm looking at. I typically like to start off by looking at the charts first and giving some ideas as to what we're looking at. Currently right now, Ethereum is testing that 5-minute session. It's a small little tiny range right inside of here. So it's just that session that we really got to be careful about, because if it decides to close above this level, which is 2933, close above here, then it has the higher potential of moving higher, which would tell me that wave one still just is not done yet. the way that I'm looking at this is I'm like 50-50 that the wave one is complete, considering that we came into a decent resistance area. This was the Saturday and Sunday chop, if you will. And then we had obviously the drop on Sunday. So this area over here was acting as a point of redistribution where we had to move down to the downside. So coming back and retesting that area is exactly what we did yesterday. Now it's just a matter if there's enough momentum, bullish momentum in the market to reclaim that area, move higher. The next levels, if we do move above there, just looking from a liquidity perspective, we're looking at just slightly higher inside of these zones right over here. So like 2980 inside that benchmark. And if we do reach into those levels as far as like 2980, again, wave one wasn't complete. I'll remeasure out where wave two would complete at, and then I'd be looking for shorts inside that zone. So 2980 is going to be a benchmark. I have an alarm that's set up for it right at 2979.20. That's what I'm looking for. And if you guys so happen to catch that river long, looking for river to get up to roughly around, I'd say super bearish would be right around like 67, right? That would be like a 0.5 fib inside that zone. Actually, let me tweak that a little bit, make sure that, yeah, let me bring that up just a little bit. Yeah, so 60, still in the 67 benchmark. So 67.08, there's a small liquidity pocket that sits just below that, like 87%, 61, basically 62 million sits inside that area. So I think that would be a good zone to take out that area. Anyone that was shorting from that zone and maybe test this fib level if we're looking at the math. As we go above here, we have very thin liquidity pockets that sit inside this zone. So if river was to make a run and just push up even higher, the next target that I would be looking at is somewhere right inside here, inside this pocket. It could even break that high and give us another high. And then put us right inside this pocket, which is right around 87. And then from an extension fib perspective, we're looking at 91. 91 was always going to be on the table. Obviously, this is a price discovery, but we're just going to utilize some of the mathematics behind it. So we're looking at, if that's going to be a wave B, then, wave C target doesn't change. But it could always come up to one of these levels. So just be prepared in the event that you're looking for shorts on that. Just be diligent. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Mukesh. Hope you guys are doing well. So the way I'm treating ETH right now, or at least the way that I'm viewing it, that's the best way of putting it, is, we have a 5-minute session open high and our 5-minute session open low. We did break below it a couple times, but we've obviously reclaimed it. We have a close above it here. We have a close above it here. So we need to see a close above here if we're going to be moving higher into these levels. And we have 1.2 million, if you will, that sits right at 2980. We have another 1.2 million that sits right at 2957. So we want to see if these areas act as fuel for us going into those levels. From a bullish perspective, I think we got to maintain these 2800 levels. We got to maintain them. Right now we're defending 2900 block, which is good. But we got to defend that 2800 level if we're going to be moving higher, let's say like 3400s, 3500s inside of February, inside that area. We lose those levels and it gets a little bleak. I'd be like very cautious as far as opening shorts here in this area. We do have some volatility here on the lower time frame. If we look at maybe like a slightly higher time frame, there's still volatility there, volatility there. We got so it's all going to be volatile here for the most part, for the good duration of the day. So anticipate to see that. So there's going to be a lot of just kind of sitting on your hands and waiting for that move to mature before you can get confirmation of an entry. I like to navigate here roughly like on a 34. You could navigate on a 30, same difference, or you can navigate from a 1 hour and then see what develops from there. Only position really that I have open right now is River. River's up right now like 280%. So just riding that one out for the time being. I mean, one way we could also look at this too is we could also look at this as wave A and then wave B for a minute subwave. So let's take a look at that, see what levels that we're coming to right now. And we tapped right into a 786 area, just shy of that. If I open up maybe like a 707, I believe we surpassed that. Yeah, we're actually tapping to the 707 as well too. So extension levels in the event like this, say this keeps going up, the mathematics here, like these are the extension fibs here. So 2963, 2971, and then we have confluence again that sits right around 2980. So in the event that we got a push up to 2980, let's just say it starts to squeeze up to that area, I would definitely be looking to short that zone to get us back into that 2800 mark. Good morning, DJ. God bless you. Peace be with you. Thank you for being here. Just quick reminder for you guys, we are going to be doing a $1,000 giveaway when the channel reaches 1,000 subscribers. I believe we're sitting somewhere around like 550, 560, somewhere in that number. So that is the goal for the channel. We've actually smashed our goal inside of January, trying to reach 500 subscribers. So big kudos to you guys. That's definitely not possible without you guys. So thank you for that. If you want to be a part of the giveaway, just be sure to be subscribed to the channel. I'll be posting that on Twitter. So that way we can have a winner announced through Grok. I appreciate that, Ed. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you. Just doing his work, man. I'm just a vessel. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm looking at River, somewhere around maybe like 67 inside that benchmark. I want to see what happens at 67. If that gives me a wave B there. It has all this space over here, but there's like thin liquidity here. So like the real thicker bands really get back into like 81s in that area. So if we start to see like signs of weakness that sit over here, then I would consider taking profits on the river long. and then waiting for the lower level. I may flip into a hedge short if we start to lose this level. You know, anywhere in these pockets, 87, 67. So it's still roughly around 67. So 66.44 up to roughly around 67 and some change. Ethereum going for that little squeeze right there. It's a dangerous area to be shorting, to be quite honest, for ETH. You know, really we want to look for those liquidity sweeps to start getting entry. So I did short this last night. Not part of the challenge, just a personal trade. I took it down to this level, did about 295 on that, and then exited here. I didn't flip long. I just kind of waiting for the next move up, waiting for signs of weakness inside this zone. You know, I want to see if this high can be broken. If this high can be broken, which was like 29.43, then that opens the door for like 29.80 to get an exit squeeze up into those zones. And let's say, like, you know, in the event that river wasn't done, you know, I would look at river maybe somewhere around like 49, maybe taking this order block and coming down into this zone right over here. You know, got roughly a little bit over 70 million in liquidity that sits inside this zone right over here. And then nice little decent order block that sits right around 47. I use fib timeframes just as a heads up. So if you know how the mathematics work for Fibonacci, that these are essentially the time frames. That's how I utilize them, at least the ones that are starred. I still got 15-minute on there, still got 30-minute. Every now and then I'll pop onto like a 1 hour or 4 hour, just some basic ones. But just different data compared to what other traders are looking at. It's my own little personal method to my madness. The indicators. Yeah, if you want to shoot me a DM, there's ways to utilize them. One of them is volume based on the exchange. The other way is if you want to just buy them outright altogether. So got a small little sweep of that high, which is good. That's what we're looking for. I'm gonna see if we can tap back into that level. There you go, right back into that box again. So looking at a subwave here. Which should give us enough momentum. If we can get down to this level, it should give us enough momentum to get into these pockets. We also look for equal highs that sit inside this zone. So I was saying it's kind of risky shorting here inside this area for ETH. Just be careful. I see it swept that high. Looks like 2980 should be coming here relatively soon. So wave one wasn't done. Just wait for that 2980. So we can remove this, and I'm going to start looking at opening some shorts here. I'm going to start building. I just started building right around 2967. That was my move. I'm going to adjust this, and I'll adjust everything else that goes with that. Let me actually put this on one screen so I can do it a little bit cleaner. So then that opens the door for these levels right over here. Still think 2806 is going to be the sweet spot. This level was violated, so I can get rid of that. Let's go ahead and adjust. I'll leave wave. I'll just move it up over here. Go to like this level right there. All right, and then we need to adjust wave 5. Actually, wave 3. Need to adjust that. And it just so happens to put us right back at 3402. Okay. And that just showed me the extension levels still have, we still have more room to come up to this 2980. So I'm not getting ahead of myself. I'll build a short here in this area. Invalidation for me would be obviously if we just boom up to like 3020 inside that area, it would be invalidation. Go back to a double chart. So we check on river at the same time. River is the one that's actually just performing. It's pretty easy. Like from a technical perspective, it's in my point of view, it seems relatively easy. I'm going to see what we have over here. It sits inside the zone. Let's go ahead and make some boxes real quick. So now it's really going to be these extension levels that I'm looking at. 3057 is still on the table. That doesn't change for me from a harmonic perspective. It's still going to be on the table. It's just a matter if we get there first before we come back down to these areas. Essentially, if we get over there, we have a very large wave 1. And then we're gonna see a sharp retracement. That's normal behavior for ETH. 2980. Here we go. There it is. I'm gonna short that. I'm going to have invalidation right above here, 2984. Let's adjust this box because it's taking out these right over here. That was the Saturday chop. And let's just keep this nice and thin. Open that up more. Right on the money on 29.80. We can get rid of all these other extensions. Don't need that. Don't need, oh, I do need that. I don't need 0.886. It takes that box and I'll just run my stop on that. Point 382 was a level they were bouncing from, but that wasn't a wave 2 because that wave 1 was just confirmed in an area. Still puts us in the 2800s. Good move for ETH. I just got to DM me. Good morning, Sniper. Good morning, brother. So all I'm doing now is just taking off some of this noise. I'll leave that on there. Those are much higher extension fibs. I don't need 1.27. We tapped into 1.414. So it's from this move to this move, it extended. So these are the extension levels. The extension levels can get all the way up into these zones too. So the higher this goes, the higher wave 1 essentially is going to be. This is your up thrust. Now I want to just make sure that it can hold this area. We'll probably come back because like I said earlier, there's volatility that's building in the market. So if we come back to this level right over here, New York open high and maybe bounce, then we probably come back and revisit this area. So then it would just treat it like a scalp and then look for another re-entry inside of that area. What is that? 2933. Like that's what your scalp would look like. And then, I mean, obviously that would be great if we can get that in one move. What's this 618? Oh, you would be somewhere here. Okay. Let me make sure I mark this for a wave 4 so I know what I have here. And let's move that over. Let's do some fib time zones on that. River looks good, so I can actually just kind of let that one run, let that do its thing. I'll set some alarms on that here in a second. And what I want to look at is zones for this. So I just need a little bit more screen real estate in order for me to figure that out. All right. we get flat levels. Let's just assume we get flat levels there. And so what I'm looking at is I'm moving my fibs over to look at these blocks in between these blocks. So it's a matter, not necessarily on that date specifically, but it could happen inside this area, inside this zone. So being that there's volatility, you know, we'll probably maybe right around here in this area, maybe kind of float up. Maybe you might see a little pop up into this area. And then inside this zone is when you start to see bigger moves, whether it be to the downside or to the upside, or whether this gets invalidated in the sense of wave one, and maybe wave one is higher. This is the area where you'll start to see bigger swings. And then once you get into this level over here, you see even bigger swings. And then over here, you see even bigger swings. That won't work. You'd have to be flat. You'd have to be flat for that to work. And then you would have to be sharp. I do have some confluence that sits right over here too. So any one of these three levels right here is what I'm looking at. I mean, I like this zone just because all this right over here. So if I were to line that up, that puts me right around 7.6, excuse me. So let's look at in that area. Let's see if I got an order block that sits there. Not there. Let's look based on smart money concepts. Right above it too. Okay, so possibly we go a little bit higher. We'll do it like that. Oh, let's try to get a little bit more accuracy on that. There we go. Do that right now. Yeah. Yeah, maintain this level. I like that better. Looks a little bit better for me. All right. River coming right into our levels. That's good. I mean, this box actually can be broadened out a little bit. It's pretty wide too. So maybe I don't get my 2.24, but yeah, that puts me right inside there too. right, just a quick coffee break for me. I'll be right back. Somebody scream if something happens. Yeah, I'll show you my exchange screen here in a second. I'm mainly just managing the trades at the same time as they develop. Try to walk away for 2 seconds and the alarms go off. It could go higher. I'm just looking at the liquidity pockets. That's what I was trying to mention to you guys. I'm looking at these liquidity pockets that sit right inside this zone, right over here. So looking at these pockets for river inside the zone, see if it respects that area. Right now, balance sits right around 11. We did a hundo on river yesterday. I did some personal trades. I didn't put those towards the challenge for ETH. I shorted ETH late last night or shortly after the stream because we tapped into that box, and then I took profits right when we got inside this zone right over here. So basically it was a small little scalp, if you will, down to this area. Just held it through London and then closed it. Now just building some shorts here in this area, right around 2980 up to like 2992. Invalidation starts to get into like 3016 area. River's up like roughly a couple bucks, 50 bucks on river. You don't need a big margin for river because its valuation is so small, so you can use like literally like $15 margins, $20 margins, things like that. Yeah, like 91% that sits right in this area, 2986. And 2991. Let's spread a order across that for 2991. Looking at some of these blocks. Yeah, there's a good box that sits right around 2990. It's a good amount of orders that sit there inside that area. Need coffee. Be right back, guys. Yeah, I'm looking at 29. It started building at 2980. We tapped right into an extension fib. I probably can't see it with liquidity dynamics on. We tapped right into this extension fib that was measured from this swing point to this swing point. So this is the extension levels. Extension levels get into 2992 all the way to 3028. And I'm still on the side that, you know, we could reach up to 3057. You know, if that's the case, then that's the case. Yeah, just grab 2990. Just grab that level right there. And just grab that order for me. River's starting to show some signs of weakness here, but I'm gonna let River ride because River has printing a 7 that sits right over there. Morning, good morning. And wave one's just not done. That's all this tells me. Just wave one's not done, and I'm okay with that. It's part of an up thrust. So even a higher time frame, you can see this is all up thrust. This is all up thrust. So let's say it extends all the way up into 3057. This is all up thrust. This is all part of a wave one. You know, trying to catch bottoms and trying to catch tops are not an easy task. But the task nevertheless. We had a I forgot what time frame that was. I think it was 34. I think I had a it was over here. I think it was over here. My memory serves me correct. There was a 9 failure over here, so that actually the 9 failure was over here, so that made sense for this move over here. It's just going for more. It's just squeezing shorts. Anyone that was short in this area that wanted lower to get back into 2800s. And River's just doing its thing. I ran into some small turbulence there. That was a previous support level, so it's trying to flip that area right now. Let's see what ETH short gives. Is this a 5 minute? Is that a imbalance on a 5 minute? Hold up. Yeah, there is. Yeah, so come back and testing this area. I had a 9 failure on 5 minute. So that warrants this move right here. So at some point this needs to get filled. This too also needs to get filled. That was already filled. Yeah, these areas haven't been filled yet, which puts us at that 2857. That's at 618 for the wave 2 that we were just talking about not too long ago. That puts us inside this zone over here. So I'd look to start building my longs somewhere inside this zone. And then, you know, obviously leaving these levels open for adds to the long. So I probably spread them out through this zone, this box, all through here. So as we approach this box, then I'll start long in that area. What is that? 2860? Violate that box there. It runs my stop. I'll end up burning 66. I already took like 40 profit off of it on a 1 minute. So my loss on it would be roughly around like $26 or something like that. But I have the river long. The river long is right around like 47, 50 bucks if you're rounding up. So I'm still net positive. It's a pretty wide box, right? So it's just a matter of tagging the right area inside of here. Yeah, I'll take a look at them in a second. I'm just managing. I just want to see what ETH does here. And New York Open said, "Give me that." That's one way we can look at it too. That's where it broke. I wonder if I want to capture that. Descending megaphone. If I go that way. That would be scary. There's no way that's gonna, there's no way, that would be insane. That would completely invalidate a wave 2. I would put bulls in against the wall. Yeah, that would put bulls against the wall. And put a foot in their neck. I'm just speculating. I don't know if that's accurate. I'm just speculating here. Just seeing if there's a downtrend because you have a lower high in that regard. Oh, excuse me. Let's take a look at USDT real quick. USDT has a small little collapse. Okay, that's why ETH is moving. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's already tested that area. So it's probably going to try to test that area, try to flip that into a bullish setup phase. It's in a bearish setup phase right now. Yeah, I feel comfortable with building it inside this area. Even if I get stopped, I'll still look for re-entry. River looks good. River's performing. River's doing exactly what we need. Just want to get a little bit closer. And it's not piping hot yet, so that looks like it's going to squeeze a little bit higher. That's fine. Where are you getting this resistance from over here, though? Oh, you're running hot here on 34-minute. That's pretty hot. All right, so that I can see that. So there's all this liquidity that sits inside this area right over here. Oh, to the 3K handles. 3018 area. Yep, the higher you go, ETH, deeper your retracement. You are notorious for that. I'll take a little bit off the top here for river. Just taking a little bit off here. Yeah, maybe one big candle, possibly. I just took a little bit of profits off of river, just because, you know, want to have the profits. Not saying that we're going to revisit those areas. If we revisit those lows or anything like that, then I'd look for add backs. I see profit. I'm okay with that. I'd rather just take it. Hmm. Imagine if river just ran all the way to 91. If you guys are going to be trading with me and trading like the same platforms, things like that, I'm going to go ahead and pin the referral link for you guys. Reason being is because you can be upgraded in your VIP status. Just be sure to send me your UID and your proof of deposit, and I'll escalate to get your VIP status increased. That's the link. I just pinned it to the chat for you guys. Good morning, Mudai. How are those heat map wicks called? It's just volume based. Yeah, based on volume. No, the deposit is 250. So if you deposit 250 into your exchange on LBank, then you get bumped up in VIP status. You get a discount on fees. Is ETH cooling off? Well, it's kind of the opposite, really. It's heating up, so then it needs to have a cooldown. So you're looking for something that looks like this: cooldown candles. So when you start to see cooldown candles, then that's essentially what you're looking for longs. And then when you start to see it heating up, that's when you're looking for shorts. You know, anything in between, you know, where it's essentially like lukewarm or warmish, if that makes any sense. Personally, I like to treat those as like no trades, just because it can go really in any direction. It can continue to come down for a cooldown, or it can push right back up to heat up again. So I try to stay off of that middle ground, and I essentially really look for heat ups and cooldowns. I did long this cooldown, but then I closed it once we got into this level right over here. I closed mine because it was before the challenge actually started, and I wanted to do something fresh with you guys. I don't know what's going on. My voice seems to be going fine. I'm not dropping frames. Just check stats. Everything looks good on my side. All my indicators are my own. They're all written on my own. If you want to check out my indicator page, it's going to be over here on TradingView. There's roughly right around about 15 different indicators. They're all invite only. So whether you're doing volume on LBank, if you're not doing volume on LBank, you can buy them outright. And they're lifetime access. Yeah, sometimes it's just about sitting and waiting. You know, it's kind of what I was saying yesterday. I mean, it's the end of the week. I mean, coming towards the end of the month. It's the last week of the month, so you know you're gonna see some volatility, fast moves in and out. Really, to be quite honest. Sure. Yeah, you can withdraw to anywhere, really. There's no blocking as far as transferring out or anything like that. You can transfer it anywhere. Correct, yeah. Yep, follow if you want to. There's personal challenge that I'm doing. I'm just sharing with you guys what I'm doing live, what my setups look like, what my thesis looks like. And then, going from there. You don't have to use the same margin as me. You don't have to hedge like I do. You can even fade me for that matter, right? So it's your call. Yeah, it's not copy trading or anything like that. Copy trading has a lot of pressure, to be honest with you. I do copy trading in a different format. Some guys in here are with me on that, but I don't do copy trading directly inside the exchange. I've done it before. I've had some losses on that. I think I lost like 6 grand, 7 grand, something like that. This is like 3 years ago, something like that. And I was like, yep, not for me. And I'll put the setups that I'm looking at on inside Discord, inside my corner. But like I'm not necessarily posting the entry, stop loss, things like that, unless it's going to be like an intraday, something that I'm waiting for to develop. But sometimes these are scalps, so like they happen so fast. It takes too long for me to manage the trade, get in, get out, and then go into Discord post, things like that. Either the entry has already been missed and it's gone, or I've already TP'd and I'm already out. So that's why I said I'll be kind of screaming from the mountaintop here, letting you guys know, like, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm going in at. I think River will have a nice little push down into this 59 and then maybe squeeze right back up. It tapped right into a liquidity box. Well, just shy of it, if you will. I mean, that's got another 2 more minutes to develop on that session. L Banks was scalp X. You're welcome, BK. You're welcome. Happy to help, brother. Welcome to the streams. ETH looks like it wants to squeeze up. It's probably going to try to squeeze these shorts here in this area. Let me see if there's an order block that developed here. Nope, it's above 3051. I think that's where the bigger swing short is going to come from. And just scalp it in the meantime. When it's volatile like this and you see volatility, you just gotta treat your trades like scalps. You can't be married to them. To be quite honest, it's difficult to be married to them. Even on the longs, like you may get like a nice juicy entry. Let's say like you're longing like 2785. You got all the way up to 3400 and literally round tripped all the way back down to that level. Within like 2 hours, it literally reclaimed that area, which was insane. Oh, where's BTC at right now? BTC came back to 86. This is pretty bullish for for ETH. That's why I was saying, you know, retracement back into this area, into the zone kind of makes sense for me, because that would be a bullish retest. If we get back into that zone. The question would be is like, do we get into that zone this week? You know, right before February, or do we move into 3057 by month's end, and then we get back to that level in, you know, the first couple of weeks of February. February is a short month. So I anticipate more aggressive moves, you know, to the upside and downside inside of February. February should be a good moneymaker. I'll take a look at it. What's up, Sean? Good morning, brother. Excuse me. Pivers. Yeah, I'll take a look at these coins a little bit later in the stream. I'll carve out a section. When I'm in a building phase, I'm trying to manage the position at the same time. So I don't want to pull my eyes off the chart, and then we get into some area. River just tapped into that liquidity pocket. Just now printed an 8. It's getting right into that box. Let's see what matures there for it. Let's see if that thing can go gangbusters. It's a nice 8. So when I start to see 8s and 7, 8s, and 9s, and I start to see those, you know, those are kind of like my TPs. That's what I start looking for, me personally. Could it go higher? Yeah, sure. But I'll have a runner for that, and then wherever the next move comes down as far as retracement, then I'll look for an add back. But kind of the same thing I always stress. You know, I'd much rather sit in profits than sit in there going, "Dang, why didn't I take profits?" So 57 profits on River, easy little move. We started that at roughly around what, like 8 a.m. 4 hours of work, $50. It's not that bad. Getting paid like $10 an hour, really. A little bit below minimum wage. But that's okay. That's a McDonald's move right there. If that was a wave 2, and this, let's say this is wave 3, that wave 4 is going to be disgusting. I'm telling you right now, that wave 3 is going to be disgusting. Maybe wave 4 is going to be disgusting. That session just began on River 2. Man, I feel like I drink my coffee too fast. Almost there, River. Come on. You're a little bit higher there, River. I'm not going to be greedy here. One, two. I think that was a shave bottom right here. Oh, it was down here. That's right. And here. Maybe. Maybe. Good job, River. Yeah, River's good for me. I'm gonna close River right around here. If it goes higher, then I'll look for the short. But like I said, I'll just take that. I'm good with that. This is gonna be a longer, not necessarily a longer challenge. Just we did 100 to 1K within a week. We did that basically last week. 1K to 10K is going to take a little bit more time. So you're not going to get the same results where you're getting 1K to 10K. I'm not full porting in on these positions. I'm just building and building, building. And as the portfolio grows, it allows me to put in more profit. I mean, more margin. See, that was a good exit on River. I mean, thus so far. That was a good exit. That was nice and clean. Got right into this liquidity pocket right over here, just shy of that fib zone that we're discussing just now.
Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah, there's an alarm there. That's what you guys are hearing. Sorry. Let me just go ahead and move that up to here. I'm going to set another alarm on that. And we're going to set another alarm on that. What? Why did that fail? What? Why? Okay. Maybe I have too many alarms? I don't know. Something I can assume. Oh, because maybe it's on a 3 minute? I don't know. I don't know. So we're trading view on that. Will you let me create a alert saving failed? Please try again. Like, it'd be great if you gave me an indication as to why there's an alert fail on that. So maybe I need to do it manually. There. Made me do it manually. That was silly. Good job, ETH. Good job, ETH. Yeah, I closed short river short from 82. I closed river short right around here. Okay. Okay, I'll look at BTR later. Yeah, I'm still keeping my eye on 3050. You know, whether that comes, you know, here this week. You know, it's just a matter of what comes first. Um, Before I was a full-time trader, I was a mortgage broker for 17 years. So I basically handled people's finances for a long time. And that's what got me in charts. So I've been really reading charts and studying charts for the last 20 years. I actually have a long idea for hype. I think my idea stems from a daily. Yeah, I don't have an interest in shorting it here, because if I'm wrong, and this was the wave 2 for it, then it's going over here. But my long idea is going to be coming from over here. That's what I was really looking for, somewhere inside this zone. But no, I don't have an interest in shorting it here, to be quite honest. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. I'm happy to teach, happy to help those. So ETH, giving the real move here. Let's see kind of what develops from this. I don't know if any of you guys took the short entry on that. We're up 150 on that for right now. Did take a little bit of profit off of there. Just kind of secured 50 in the bag for it. If it ran me back into my stop loss now is like right around 49, so I'd break even on that. So right now it's essentially a free trade for me. I'm gonna go back to river because I just want to keep peeking at river. Let's open that up. Just about maintaining at this point, guys. That's all it is. It's just maintaining. River just tapped right into that box. So I want to see if there's going to be an opportunity to open up shorts. I'm not shorting it. I'm just going to be checking to see if there's opportunities to be shorting it. So let's get back onto that chart there. Let's come over to river. What are you doing over here? Let's take a little stab at this. I'm gonna set that stop loss right above it. I took a little stab at river. You know, my stop loss on there, I'll lose 10 on that if it runs into my stop loss. but I have the what do you call that? The ETH short. Anybody else short ETH with me? Or was I alone on that? Yeah, I mean, I was literally telling everybody, you know, I was looking at 2980 up to 2992 inside of those areas. What is going on with ETH? What is that? A big move. I'm just going to go ahead and scrape a little bit off of that. Just scraped a little bit off of that. 127 in realized profits on ETH. There's another 80 going on it right now. I can hit 285 on that, and I can just be done for the day. That makes it worth the time, makes it worth the wait. Kind of like what I've been stressing, you know, it's all about patience here, guys. It's just all about patience. So if it runs me right back to, actually, I'm going to adjust my stop loss to break even. So in the event I come back to my area, then I have 127 booked. Right now I'm looking at a free trade. I'm seeing if River, I'm kind of testing this area on River, like all the way up to like 67. 67.668. Eat. You never fail. You never fail. Never fail. There's one thing I can count on you. It's you retrace your pumps. Okay, so now we just cleared that imbalance. I'm going to take a little bit more off. I'm going to take about another 25% off because I just cleared that imbalance. So now I'm just leaving a runner. So we got 150 booked on ETH so far. We did another roughly 50 on River. So we're at 200. If I were to close it out, I got 260. And then I have a small little River short, roughly around 10 right now. So it's close to about 270. So I can be done here in like the next couple minutes altogether. And just let things ride. No, I was looking at 3050, 3057. That's an area that we're looking at. But if you recall from yesterday, what I was discussing with you guys is saying that we're inside of a wave 1 and we're looking for a wave 2's levels, which are going to be inside the 2000s. That's this green box that sits right over here. So all this imbalance is cleared thus so far for ETH. ETH might do something retarded here. ETH just flushed out all those longs. Yeah, keep flushing them. Keep flushing them.
Guess what? Guess what?
Came right into that New York open high. See, just it's testing it in that area. If it bounces off that area, then the high probability it comes back and revisits that zone. River's pushing up higher, so I'm gonna burn that one. It's a $10 loss for me on that one. I was just testing that area. Yeah, keep flushing ETH. Get us back to 2800s.
Guess what? Guess what?
So we broke out of it. We didn't necessarily test it, so it just came back and tested New York open high. It is printing a 7, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to climb all the way back over here to change that. So I fully expect this area to be violated. River, if you come back down, that's going to be irritating.
Guess what? Guess what?
I mean, could have longed that area. Oh, well, I'll just do the opposite. I'll just take more profits on the short and see if I see what happens here. If I can get a bounce somewhere inside of this zone and we start bouncing inside this area, because remember what I was drawing out for you earlier, right? I'll push down into this.
Guess what?
Maybe we bounce around,
Guess what?
do one of these. We get a nice little push back up into this area, then we'll come down. Like this over here would be a scalp for me. That would be pretty crazy if it decides to run all the way back up and push higher. That's extremely bullish. If we fail to make lower lows, so I have 2 more sessions. I need an 8 and a 9 because my 7 is lower at for the time being.
Guess what? Guess what?
All right. Yeah. Lesson learned, that's all. It happens. It happens. That's the beauty in trading, you know. You gotta pay free tuition every day. I'm gonna peek back at River here, you know, and see what this is an 8 here, so I'm gonna wait on the next session. Got another 10 more minutes on that. Let's see if it wants to bounce here in this area. Same thing for ETH. I want to see if I can get a scalp long on this here. If I miss it, then I miss it. Then, you know, we're in profits for the day. I'm good with that. No complaints. I'm just going to maintain that short.
Guess what?
All right, so this keeps coming down. So I'm going to bring you down just a smidge to here because you're annoying at this point. That was a decent flush. What does that look like on a higher time frame? Oh, yeah. They're going to try to run that back. If they can run that back. Yeah. What were we on, a 3 minute? We got an impulse. Was that 8 lower? That 8 was lower. Okay, so let's just watch this 3-minute impulse. Let's see what this impulse can give us. Because this impulse might give us a flush where we can come down, and if we go to a higher time frame, it runs it right back up again. So it's just flirting around here in this area. I'm gonna look to see if I can. You're going the wrong way. I'll wait for the next one. Yeah, there it goes. I missed that long. I missed that. I missed that long. I did take heavier profits on the short, so we're good on the short. It's a free trade for me at this point. If it runs all the way back to break even, then it is what it is. Yeah, it's gonna run it back. If you didn't take profits on your short, I don't know. I don't know. I won't re-short that area. If it's gonna go back into that zone, it's probably gonna squeeze a little bit higher. I don't know. I kind of want to test river again, but I feel like that's kind of dangerous. F it. No guts, no glory. That's pretty bullish for ETH. Let's see what occurs here if it's going to sweep this area, because you do have an 8 that's lower, and then you have a 9 impulse. So let's see if it sweeps that. Yep, it's going to move higher. I'm happy with the profits. I'm going to look for that 30 area. I'm still in my short. Don't get me wrong. I'm still holding my short. I'm just happy with the profits. If it runs back to break even, I'm fine with that. I just missed that long opportunity on there. But Saint, if it's gonna go back to 30, why don't you just long right here? Yeah, it's not in my my repertoire to trade that way. All right, river performed a little bit there. Took a little bit of profits off of that river shorts. I tested it again. I basically burned $10 on the first entry, re-entered, took a little bit of profit off of that already, just on that small little move. Basically just took the 10 that I lost. So I'm at a break even on that right now. The short is, right around up 20 bucks, 20 bucks or so. You don't need a large margin for that. Margin's like $37, to be honest with you. And so I have break even on that one. I would actually burn another 11. And so I'm still at the same area. Okay, that works. Let's see if river can perform here. Yeah, river tapped into right into this box that we're looking at inside this area. So we have a change of character. So this looks like the pullback from the change of character. Now I'd be looking for that break of structure. That break of structure, I mean, this would be ideal, but you could get a break of structure here, or you can get continuous break of structures down to these levels. So I'd look back for the long inside that area. I I pegged the take profit areas pretty decent. I started taking profits right here on this 7, and then I took heavier profits right when we started entering into this box. ETH, are you gonna push up, or are you gonna give me another opportunity here? What are you gonna do to me, ETH? There you go, ETH. Thank you. Thank you. Give us a second chance here. Because, I mean, I still have this imbalance down here that I need to clear. So I could see ETH getting right into this level. No problem. We also see it that way too. I think I have a pivot that sits. I got a couple pivots. So let's say a pivot from here. What does that look like? That would put us up higher, and then that would give us deeper. Yep. Yep. All right. Next little dip that I can possibly get on ETH, I'm gonna look to long. River short is actually performing. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna take some profits off of that. Just booked another 40 on it. Left a runner for river. That was decent. That was decent. Move my stop loss back to break even for that in the event that it comes right back. That was an easy quick 40. So, gosh, I love river. River's decent. I say that loosely. It just performs better from a technical analysis perspective than anything else for me right now at the moment. Que hola, Sere. Que huete, Rudy. Yeah, so easy 90 on river today. No issues on that, really. Just little here, little there, little here, little there, little here, little there. Little here, little there. Obviously, I stripped all the profits I could out of that short when we were down in that area, or excuse me, that long we're in that area, and then took the short on that. So it's up 40. If I were to close it out here completely now, which I'm not going to close it out completely, but I'm going to take more profits off of that. I'm just going to strip that. And it'll look like that. So it's an easy 63. Just taking on that moving break even. If it keeps coming back down, it's fine. I'm slightly heavier than my long. And then if we get back into these levels, then I'll look again for another long. We got a 9 that's printing right now. Let's see what this 9 gives us. If this 9 can run us right back. It's kind of what I'm looking for. ETH, all right, ETH, come on down. There you go. I'm gonna look for ETH long here. This is gonna be extremely risky because it could always flush down into this area. But I do have the short still running, so I'm protected in that regard. You can follow me. That's probably the best way for you to learn. That's how a lot of people learn. I do have private mentorship that I offer for individuals. I work with you, side by side for 90 days. Enrollment has closed for those classes for the month of February. If it's something that you're interested in, then just shoot me a DM and I can give you the details. But essentially, we work side by side every week. You have tutorials that I provide for you. There's roughly about 11 videos and courses. I walk you from a beginner's level all the way through advanced, and I teach you everything that I know, from the psychology of it to the measuring supported resistance, how to do Elliott waves, how to do harmonics, how to scalp, how to do smart money concepts. I mean, the list goes on. All right, so that was a risky long on ETH. I'm not going to front, but let's see if it holds here. River positions, I longed 56.728 and I shorted 66.643. And I've taken profits on both, so now it's just kind of just holding them, seeing what develops from them. Love you too, bro. Love you too, love you too, love you too. And see, this was a risky long for me on ETH. Like I said, I could get pushed down into this area, and I'm fine with that because I still have the short running. So it awards me the opportunity to get burnt, for lack of better terminology. All right, so right now the ETH short is up to right around about 210. And so I want to see what River does here. If River can maybe get a nice little float right back up to this area, then I'd look for another short inside that zone. Actually, I'm going to adjust my stop loss on that because I'm going to look for add backs. If I get stopped on it, I lose like $1.90, which I've already taken 63 in profit off of it. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, ETH giving a dead cat bounce there. So we're going to look for this 29.23 area for ETH. All the way down to like 29.16. We're going to look for all this right over here. That's what we're going to look for. That was an easy move on River. I have some small adds to my long here on ETH. This is what I'm looking for. There you go. There you go. That looks good for River. I'm glad I took profits on that. That was good. That was an easy 60 bucks. Now let's see if this ETH long can perform. All right. Come on, River. Now you guys see why it's so difficult to post inside Discord, like how fast these moves, at least how quickly I'm moving and things that I'm looking at. Remind you to manage it and then screenshot it and write out this description and what have you. It seems pretty easy when you think about it and just kind of say plainly, but when you're managing at the same time, it's difficult. That's why for me personally, it's so much easier for me just to come on here live with you guys and share with you exactly what I'm looking at, the levels that I'm looking at, the targets that I'm looking at, and then what my bias is going to be for them. It's a lot easier. And I think people can kind of learn a little bit better there because you're getting it in real time. You're seeing whether it's it's a successful play or if it's a bad play, if there's a lesson that to be learned at that. You're learning it firsthand. Free education. Yeah, you gotta be fast, man. I mean, I said it for a while here where I was shorting. It's inside of this zone, and we sat in this area for, based on the 3, 6, 9, 12, over 20 minutes we sat in this area. So you had 20 minutes to enter into a short inside that area. Do you have an uptrend? Let's see if that's liquidity. That might be liquidity. If you see a sweep right through it, everybody and their mother is longing this area, myself included. Everyone's longing this area. And if you see a sweep into this zone, that's what that is. Okay, hey Sean, I'm scalping this area. I don't know what's going on, buddy, but I'm looking at this to here,
Guess
and then scalping this area. So that's how scalps work. I'm still short. I was pretty clear inside of the guidelines. I have no one bias. I'll play both sides. So that's what's, there we go. They're gonna liquidate that area. That's what we're looking for. All right, get us into, come on, get us down into this area. Just a little bit lower, a little bit lower. I'm like waiting for a heavier long on ETH when we get to those 28.0, this green box right over here. It'd be a heavier long. I'll just scalp it in the meantime. In the event that we push back up. There we go. Come down a little bit lower for us, please.
Guess what?
Just a little bit lower. Everyone wants to push a little bit higher. I'm going to look for an ad. There we go. ETH is coming down a little bit lower. That's what we're looking for. That's what we want. There it goes. I just swept that imbalance. Yeah, 29.23. That's what we want. All right, let's see if we can get a wick there. There we go. So I'm looking for this imbalance to be filled. Because this imbalance gets filled, the next area that I'm looking at is going to be here. If I can't get a bounce inside this zone, then I just kill the longs and I wait for this area. But if I'm looking at a higher time frame, I'm looking at this wick to be filled, get refilled again. If it comes all the way back down to this area, then it is what it is, kind of thing. I'll consider to be bullish retest in that area if you're looking at from a higher time frame perspective. $249 on the ETH short. That's printing pretty well. I'm just going to go ahead and scalp a little bit extra off of that. All right, around 200 for the ETH short. Let's see if we can get a long to perform on that in this area. Either I get a complete wick fill or I fill at least 50% of that. And I should have added to my river short. I should have added to that. So that's a wide wave B. That would have to go from here. That'd have to derive from here. And then that means that wave C is going to be insane. And then wave D is going to be ridiculous. Yeah, that makes more sense. All right. Let's see if we can get a pivot out of there. We're looking for a pivot. Most imbalance has been cleared here inside of this area that created this move up. So that we have some balance that sits inside that zone. Oh, River, you're going to come back to me? Oh, thank you, River. Yeah, so I think I was mentioning like what, 29.16 down into these areas. It's kind of where we're at now. I don't know what your question is, Dali. I don't understand your question. Because if you see an up thrust up, that's what that was. Yeah, so it's trying to change the setup zone, setup phase. It's closing underneath here. That changes the setup phase. Okay, now let's change the setup phase here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see what occurs here. Long is active there. Yeah, this is the wick that I was looking at on a 3-minute. So when I start executing, I'm executing on a lower time frame. You see like all these little wicks, this area. So you can just kind of look left and see where that's deriving from. You can actually pick up all these as well too, if you want, and then move it over left, right? So you had to move up, came back, retested this area, retest this area, retest this area, and then had that move up to the upside. So clearly this is a form of a demand area. So we'll just paint that green. And so then you're looking for those demands. If it gets violated, then you know you have other demands that appear here in this area. All right. That covers fees. And so like when I see these little tiny moves up like this, I quickly just take like 25% right off the top just to cover my fees. You know, for getting into the position, it costs so much, then I just cover that. So then if I run myself back to break even, then essentially it was a free trade. Dang it, I missed river again. And I wanted to reshort that area on river. Yeah, there's a order block that formed on that. I missed that. 1, 2, 3, 4. But if I go to next session, 1, 2, 3, 4, then it would be the following session 1, 2, 3, 4. So then it'll flip this area. So we're probably going to be sitting in this little area for a little while. If we're going to fill that wick to the upside, if we're going to fill that 377 wick, which is essentially this entire move up, if we're going to refill it. I can't exactly get a pattern from here. I mean, I can see the ABC correction, you know, A, B, and then C. I can see that. Now you'd look for an up thrust up. Then you'd have a wave 2. Then you'd get your wave 3. So we'll wait for the up thrust up. You can scalp that. And then look to re-long the wave 2 for that. These are sub waves. So when you're working with Elliott waves, you'll have smaller waves inside of bigger waves. Those are your sub waves.
Guess what?
All right, so that long is holding so far. Dang it, I missed that river one. River performed so good in the sense of P&L. I really wanted to add back to that short, but it's okay. I'll just hold what I have. For here, you know, if... Sorry, there was a Lasasa here inside my house. I want to see what occurs here inside of these levels. You know, obviously revisiting this area, that's going to be a key area. It needs a flip. So I'm looking at the top of this box, 3017, all up to here. In a perfect world for me, I really want to see 3057 tapped into, because that feeds into the the harmonic setup that I have based on this. And so that's wave B. That's really what I'm looking for. That would be the ideal target. But if we come lower and we come into that green box, not this one, if we come here first, then there'd be a heavier long that's inside this zone. If we get into 3057 first inside of that area, then my wave 1 is just not complete yet on a higher time frame. So then my wave 1 would be here, then I'd look at wave 2. So I would remeasure where wave 2 is at. River, why are you teasing me, River? You trying to goad me? You trying to goad me? All right, fine. I'll bite the bait. I'll bite the bait. No, I won't bite the bait. Never mind. I don't like it right there. I may have missed that. That's no bueno. That's okay. I mean, I still have the long going. It's a very dismal long. I'll just wait for a little bit higher on that. I think the setup phase changes here, not on this session, because that's a long haul. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it possibly could come back and test New York high and then come back down. I'll take some profits on that if we get into that area. Long on that is up roughly around like 35 right now. I did take a tiny little bit just to cover fees. But you know, if we get into this area and we start rejecting this area, then I'll take more profits inside this zone. So then that way it just becomes a free trade. Little here, little there, little here, little there. I don't know if it'll form an M. Yeah, I'm ready for it to come back to break even point. I'm perfectly fine with that. It was an easy trade, easy short. I think within like an hour we did like 200 on that. At least I did. I'm only speaking for myself. And then River was an easy short. You know, took 63 profits off of that. The long did another 51. So technically, I'm done for the day. I could exit out of everything and just be done. 200 on the ETH short, and then roughly another 110 in realized profits for the ETH. Excuse me, river positions. So this is kind of what I'm referring to. You know,
What?
this is already booked on River. This is already booked on River, and then this is already booked on ETH. So just leaving little runners going, and then seeing if this long will perform. You know, like I said, I took a little bit of profit out to cover my fees, and if I run back to break even, like I said, it's a free trade. No stress. No stress.
Guess what?
It's a 1K account. I I just showed you, bro. There was 300 that we already booked on that move. So the account sits at 1400 right now. Yesterday we did a hundo, didn't reach our goal. That's okay. And today on this stream we did 300. Everything's moved to break even. So I don't end up losing money in that sense, or losing profits. I can everything can close out, and then I can just wait. 1, 2. Okay, so that's that next session. So I did change it. It already flipped 1, 2, 3, 4. So closing beneath here. I'm gonna. Okay, you're starting to get annoying. We're gonna move you out of the way. We're gonna move you to here. See if it wants to take that zone. You'd be surprised what $5 can do for you on River. You'd be surprised. You can use a small margin. You can use like, 20 bucks, 30 bucks, 40 bucks, and you can make decent profit on that. I think on River, I went in with like $33 and I flipped that into like 63 within like 10 minutes. I don't say any of this stuff to sound braggadocious nor impress you, just impress upon the fact that you don't need to full port on some of these positions or over leverage yourself. You can make decent profits if you just know how to read the market, read the charts, and you already have pre-plans already established, right? When we got into this earlier today, actually from yesterday, we were talking about this level over here. We tapped right into this zone. We were looking for a little bit lower. We were looking for 52. Yes, we were, but it is what it is. It didn't come precisely to that area. It didn't come directly to that zone. It wasn't absolute. It came into that area. So the area was respected. We had to bounce up. Then we were looking at these zones over here. We are looking at here, here, all these liquidity pockets. Tapped into the first pocket inside of this zone, opened up a nice reasoning for short here in this area, and then just took it to this level, and then taking some profits off of that right on this candle right over here, right on this bearish engulfing, which is kind of hogwash because it's a bearish engulfing um, already on a massive downtrend. So it's not going to be a high probability. Although bearish engulfings and bullish engulfings have a 73% reversal rate, you usually want to see the engulfings at the top of a trend. Yes, this is going to be a small little up thrust, and maybe you see a down push, but it's ultimately going to be pointing towards higher levels. So that's why I'm kind of just scalping that out, because wave B can always come up into these areas because wave B is not done, and then we get our wave C. So just kind of opening up my mind and showing you guys essentially what I'm looking at for moves. I don't have an interest in longing this per se. I'd see more of like a wick, something like these. Then looking at saying, okay, well that makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and start longing that area, and then take river into these pockets that you see right over here. 31 million, 37 million, 30 million, but 37 million makes a little bit more sense. And there's a confluence at 6 with a 618 area that sits over here. So what is that, 71 and some change? That was a mouthful. It just depends on the trade, depends on the entry. I risk what I essentially feel comfortable with because I'm usually hedged on both sides. So my risk management comes from my hedges. I just looked at USDT now. Yeah, I want USDT to die. That's what I want. I want USDT here. I want to see USDT at 5.45. I would be very happy. Very, very happy with USDT there. Ah man, I wish I added to that river. Man, that would have been even more juicy. But it's still maintained this area, so it's not breaking a new low yet. I'm heavier on my short compared to my river long. I've already stripped a good chunk out of both of them, but I'm still heavier on my short. We tapped right into the zone. 1, 2, 3, 4. So revisit of 29.23, most likely in the cards. Take a little bit of profit off of that. Just take like 25% off of that just to cover more. All right. Yep. As soon as I did that. Now just leave the rest. Now the rest can just do its thing.
Guess what?
Ah, look at you. Back to New York. I don't have an interest in shorting that. I just took an interest in taking some profits off of that. Just cover fees, things of that nature. 3,057. What would that look like? Oh, that would be like a 539 return. All right, come get me, ETH. Come get the short. Come get the short. Run it back. Run it back. Run it back, Turbo. Run it back. And then as the portfolio grows, let's say the portfolios have like at 5K, then the margins start to grow, they start to increase. Then, margins start go up to like, 500, 600, 800, so forth and so on. Leverage remains the same. Thought process remains the same. I really start to hunt liquidity and fib levels. This is hence why the streams are called Ethereum liquidity hunt. So that's mainly what I target. I target liquidity. And then I seek out pivot points for us. So I think this developed as a pivot point. It should have developed as a pivot point. Let's see if it actually triggered. No, it hasn't triggered here yet. So ETH is squeezing. This could very well be a trap. This move right here, a bear trap right here in this area. And if it squeezes all the way past here, that's exactly what it was. It was a bear trap. You can close out on ETH if we wanted to right here. In this area, just take profits, call it a day. We'll be up 400 for the day. It's at 92 right now. So basically done a little bit over 100 on that. So that'll put us at 400 for the day. I may end up doing that. You lost 1200, stop trading. Stop trading until you have a method, or start paper trading. You know, protecting capitals is going to be your first rule of thumb. Setting your stop losses. You know, if you don't know how to hedge, then you need to be a little bit more disciplined with your stop losses. You know, before I started hedging, I started my methodology would be like, if I run 15% in the red, then I just close the position. It doesn't mean that my bias was wrong, just means that, you know, my entry wasn't the best entry. So then I would close the position. That could also be, could also look at this. That could very well happen. We come back and revisit this area. So I'm glad I took some profits off of that, off of this little move right here. Oh, you're welcome. Because it's in an ABC correction for River. You had a massive up thrust, so you're looking at an ABC. So what follows a 5 impulse wave is you're going to have an ABC correction. Always. Always. So it's a matter of where wave B is going to go. Wave B can go here, can go here, can go here. These are all wave B levels. Wave B can even be an extension, right? Wave B can even come all over to here. Wave B's funky like that. But that's what you're looking at for River. And then looking at some of these lower levels at some point. But you're not going to have a 5 impulse wave and then have a correction, and then all of a sudden you're going to, you know, see a wave 1 begin again, then wave 2, then, you know, you're going to have an ABC correction. You have minute subwaves right over here. That's what this was. A, B, and then C. So that's what this was. So now you're seeing a wave 1 per se from a minute wave perspective. So you get a wave 1, you get a 2, and then maybe 3 will put it somewhere higher, which would be here. That's why you would see an up thrust to here, but it'd still be a wave B. How to hedge? Make sure you have a good enough spread between the two of them. Make sure you've taken profits on one direction, and don't be heavier than your opposing direction. Build in your opposing direction. You want to have a decent enough spread between the two. So like my spread between the two right now for ETH and excuse me, just for ETH is sitting right around here. This swing and this swing. So right now it's all internal structure. If I run back here into this area to my zone, break even, I'm good. The short's still running. If I run all the way back over to this area right over here, where my short was, I'm good. I'm long. So it's just, for me, it's just about, it's a form of protecting capital. It is more risky, you know, but you gotta have like a bias for it. You gotta know how to work your time frames. Really, that's what it really boils down to: knowing how to utilize your lower time frames and intraday time frames. Intraday time frames for me go from like 377 down. Yeah, at some point, 2020, whether it comes, you know, by this week or if it comes in the beginning of the next week. But yes, you know, levels are all valid until they become invalidated, guys. Until they become invalidated. Yeah. You want to open a short and a long at the same area and see which one wins? Yeah, there you go. Coin toss. I've seen people do that. Please don't do that. That's not how to hedge. What's up, Scissors? How you doing, brother? You're on a nice little run this week, man. Proud of you, brother. That's what's up, man. That's that comeback. Proud of you, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, bro. Ah, look at River. River comes back into those areas. You know, let's say River gets back into roughly like 48 or something like that. I would look at some long opportunities for that for River. Just letting the short run, you know, not much in margin on the short, but just letting it run just for cycle of action wise. You're in the River short. That's what's up. Yeah, I want to see if River wants to revisit this area, sweep these lows right over here and come back into this area. I mean, if it has a giga push down to the downside, then I'm all for that too. Let me get some water, guys. I'll be right back. Hey, don't drink that thing. You get sick. Head and shoulders from yesterday. You're talking about on for River. I mean, oh, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're saying. You're talking about right over here to here. I see what you're talking about. Let's look at that measured move. From the head to here, and then breakout. Yeah, bro. Spot on, dude. GG's. You're looking at that right there, right? Kind of what I just pointed out. You're looking at right here. Right? That's what you're looking at. Yeah. GG, bro. Good call on that. Yeah, good call on that. Yep, good call. I was looking at a wider one, to be honest with you. I was looking at something like this, and then this being the head, and then us forming a complex shoulder over here somewhere in this area, and then getting that giga push down. I just wish I was heavier on River. And we came right back to the neckline. Good call, dude. Proud of you on that one, man. That's what's up. Yep. It's one thing I love about trading, man. You have so many different traders that to have different point of views, but we all kind of come up to the same area per se. Whether it be smart money concepts, whether it be Elliott waves, whether it just be strictly patterns. So that's one thing that's beautiful in my opinion when it comes to trading is like there's so many ideas. It's I don't understand certain people like on X or Twitter. They're like, oh, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like there's so many ways that you can come up with that answer. What's the saying goes? Like, there's more than one way to skin a cat, which is a vile metaphor, but you guys get the point. All right, who's in? Who took the ETH long with me? Who took that ETH long with me? Let me see some. Let me see some W's in the chat there. Who took it? Y'all got scared? Y'all get scared? Nobody believed. We don't trust you, Saint. It's River's heavier on the short right now. I would love to see 30-50. I would love to see 30-50. It feeds into my analysis for my harmonic. 30-57 to be exact. That's kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, if we can get there this week, whew, that would be a very good sign. And then I'm looking for either acceptance or rejection. I'm like 90% sure I'm going to end up scalp shorting it though. That's what's up. That's what's up. We got a couple of you guys on that ETH long. That's what's up. I know a couple of you guys are in the river short too. TP'd around 29.40. Hey, take it, brother. Take it. No harm in that. There's no shame in that at all. Quick scalp. In and out. In and out. We are hedged, Omar. Welcome to the stream, brother. We're hedged on River and we're hedged on ETH. I think some guys in the chat can walk you through it. Right now, I'm just managing those positions. And I'm gonna take a little bit off the top here for Ether. Just took a little bit off. And let's see if this thing can run it. Got a 9 printing here. With an imbalance, it opened up with an imbalance to the downside. That's not a healthy look. We'll see if it squeezes down into that area. Not interested in shorting from this area. Not in the middle of the internal structure. That's just asking for max pain. And we still have the short running. So I have the short running all the way to break even. I could care less if it goes to break even. We did 200 on that quite easily. We're doing like another 100 on ETH alone, so we're at 300 so far for ETH, and then we did roughly another 110 on River. So a good day. I'll say this time and time again. Your most profitable days when it comes to trading are going to be Tuesdays, Wednesdays, sometimes Thursdays. But you should darn sure expect for Tuesdays and Wednesdays to be your most profitable days. So if you come in on a Monday or if you come in on a Sunday, and you're trying to develop moves, the real moves will start to occur later on in the week, whether they're up or down, right? It doesn't matter. So, Sundays, Sundays and Mondays, look at intradays and look at scalps. And then Tuesdays, you can start developing for intradays in swings. You might have to still scalp on Tuesdays. Not negating that that's not the case, but just keep that in mind when you're going through your trading journey, and you run into these sticking points where you feel like it's deflating you. You feel like you're not a profitable trader or anything like that. You want to really stick to that idea going, today's Tuesday, today's Wednesday, this is the day where I'm going to make my profit, and make sure that you have your daily goals so that way you don't revenge trade, over leverage, or even over trade for that matter. Maybe Monday you're trying to make a buck, on Sunday you're trying to make a buck, and nothing is occurring here, and then you get to Tuesday and you're just deflated. Then the market moves in the direction that you're looking for, and then you start FOMOing in, right? So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind when you are trading. All else fails, you got me. You got me in your corner. So all you gotta do is come to me. I just cleared that imbalance on the 34 minute. That was a quick little imbalance fill, which is good. That's healthy. We do have a 9 printing higher here inside this area, but we also have a 1 that's printing on a lead up phase. You shorted at 29. Wait, you shorted at 29.22. Got it. I would look at break even. I'd look at break even on that. I mean, you have potential that it can come lower. It could, and maybe that's just something that you're going to hold on to. But you're inside of this range, right? So like, what are you going to do if ETH runs all the way back to like 29.95? Just shy of 3K. So when you have bad entries, or just it's not moving in your area, the stop loss keeps you in the game. It's okay to let go of losing trades. Don't hang on to them, and saying a wish or a prayer, whatever your faith may be, that it comes back to your entry. And then the other side of that is like, well, if I take the L now and then it comes back to my area, then the mind starts going, man, if I just held on to that, I wouldn't have taken that L. That stems from fear and not having a setup, or at least having a strategy going into it, not having a plan. It's just blindly entering. That's not a dig on anybody at all. There's a lot of traders that are out there. You even have whales that are out there. Sometimes when we go through Hyperbot and we look at some of their setups, that some of it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you enter here? Or why would you short? Why would you long? What have you? So it's not to say that you as a trader being brand new to it, that you're a bad trader. It just, you have to fortify your discipline. And what I mean by discipline is, first and foremost, is having risk management at the top of your list. Hey, if it goes into the red 15%, 20%, I'm okay with losing this. I'm okay with losing it because I can still stay in the game. And then I can find and hunt for a better entry. Having certain levels that you're going to be pre-marking out, if that makes any sense. As they develop, as price action starts to develop, you start marking out those levels and saying, if I get into this level, I'm going to long, or if I get into this level, I'm going to short. If it breaches that area, then that area becomes invalid. I'm not going to take any trades in that area. Again, it doesn't mean that your bias is wrong. It just means that your entry could have been better. And this is really the system that I've developed to get sniper entries. Like, how did you get a Pico bottom? How did you get a Pico top? Just based on looking at price action developing, right? So like, give you an example here. We snagged on both sides. We snagged the very top here on this move down, and then we snagged this bottom right over here inside of this area. So now it's just kind of playing the side for both of them. Which one's going to give? But as you start developing in your journey, you can take entries like that. And you'll feel more confident about them. Take your profits where you take your profits, then you can look at your chart like, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you go up. I don't care if you go down. It removes the bias, like I'm a bear or I'm a bull. I am whatever the market's going to give me. And better put, I am whatever my Heavenly Father directs me to go in that sense. I won't beat you guys over the head with the Bible, but you guys should know me by now. I'm Eastern Standard Time. No, Raymond, I'm not in any trades. I'm just looking at charts and just calling out P&Ls. Yeah, you can text me on Discord. Quite literally shared it with you guys a couple times. Bagged, 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 bagged. So, free trades at this point. Free trades. All my indicators are written. All my indicators are my own. I've written all of them. These are the indicators in here. I've posted inside the chat. If you want to find me, you can find me under Crypto Saint on TradingView. You can take a peek at them, see which ones that you like. If you're trading on LBank and you have the volume, you'll have access to them. If you don't have the volume that matches, you can buy them outright. You have lifetime access to them. There's a couple people inside of this chat now that utilize them. They work for me. This is how I operate. They're all invite only. None of them are public. We got another imbalance here. We keep getting not genuine moves, if that makes sense, here on this lower time frame. Let's see what that 377 looks like so far. It's gonna do its absolute best. You might even just see a whipsaw, to be honest on this, right? And that's pretty common for ETH. Giving us whipsaws. Like this is an example of a whipsaw. I'll zoom in on that. This is an example of a whipsaw. And so we see the same thing here. So when you see whipsaws, like you just scalp it. You just scalp it. You don't get overly attached to the position. If it runs back up into an area and like, dang, I should have held on, then you just look for another entry, because then your bias is saying, oh, it's going to go up. Then you wait for the next low. You take that entry and then you move up from there. I mean, I'm still inside of the trades, but if all my positions run into break even and everything gets stopped out, then essentially I'd be done for the day. I've already taken all my profits. So I've already hit the daily goal. The daily goal is 285. So all the daily goal targets are already secured. So that's what I was saying. Like I personally, I don't care where it goes. I don't care if I get pushed to break even on both sides. I'm good. And ideally, anybody that's trading with me, anybody that's inside of my mentorship program or anything like that, I have some students in here at the same time. You guys will hear me say it all the time. The idea is to develop the mentality where you can get into a trade, take your profits, and you can walk away. Like, I don't care what the chart does. I have a life. I have other things I need to do. You don't need to be sitting inside of a trade for, 6-7 hours trying to make it work, trying to make it stick. If it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. But that's a reflection of just not taking profits, right? This is, if you're a full-time trader, I am a full-time trader. This is your job. This is where you're showing up. So you gotta think about whatever your skill set is in life, whatever you could be hired for, how much are they going to pay you per hour? So if you're like, well, I'm good at this, and I would, for this industry, for this skill set, I'd get paid $30 an hour. All right, cool. So take that mentality and put that into trading. If you get into a trade and you get paid $30 in that hour, why not take it? That's equivalent to whatever your skill set may be. And so just continuously pay yourself. People get attached to these positions and are like, they want to turn, $10 into, $500 versus just saying, compounding your wins and just building over time, over time, over time. Yesterday, we basically just did 100 on a river short. On a river short. We did 100 on a river short just yesterday. This was posted inside of Discord. First went to stop loss area. I had a stop loss right around like 81. There was a re-entry for me right around like 82 and some change. And so that short translated into roughly about $100 in profit on that. So didn't hit my daily goal, but here we are the next day. Now we're making up for that area as well too. Making up for yesterday. So as long as you can average out on a weekly basis 285, and I'm just giving you a number, like maybe your daily goal can be $20, it could be $30, whatever it is. Just making sure you have a daily goal. We got some imbalances that are developing there. And we're running into an exhaustion there on a 3-minute. Let's take a peek here at a 34-minute. Let's just see kind of what that's developing, what that looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you got to squeeze all the way to 29.74 to change that setup phase. Not exactly trusting that. So I'm going to take a little bit more profit off of that. Yeah, scrape a little bit more off of here. And I don't focus on, there's some traders out there that are like, it's TP or stop loss. It is what it is. Yeah, I have a predefined TP of where I'm going to get to. What if I'm wrong? Like, what if it comes back to entry or goes lower than entry? Then that makes all that time that I've spent on that a complete waste. So that's, for me, that's personally why I have no problem taking profits at, when I start to see wicks like what we're developing right now here in this area. I have no problem just taking profits there, saying I'll take it. I'd much rather take the profit in, price action goes up higher than I'll be more profitable. But it would kill me, for lack of better terminology, for me to not take profit here and then run all the way back over here. That then makes the entire move a waste of time. And I personally do not like wasting my time. We're only awarded so much time here on Earth, right? So I try to make the best out of it in everything that I do, from edifying Christ to developing other individuals, including myself. And when it comes to my trades, make sure that they're profitable. I could see a wave 1 here. Let's see what this looked like for a wave 2, because that looks like that's what it's going to develop here. Yep. Yeah, so don't be shy to take profits. Don't be surprised if we come back all the way back down to 29.20. That's exactly what that looks like. Definitely don't, not you. I'll leave you there just for kicks and giggles, but I think we're coming right back to these areas, these levels right over here. Because we got an A, B, and then C. I think we'll come back to these levels. If it bounces here and then it gives us a 3, then that 4 is going to be aggressive. These are all sub waves inside of the bigger waves. It just cleared that imbalance. That's somewhat healthy. Now it would need to make a higher high to give it authenticity. If it breaks down lower and continues to come down lower, then these are the areas that I look at. If it violates these areas, then that opens up, son of a gun, then it opens up this area over here. Still maintaining that short. Shorts at break even. And it's just taking some profits off of the long. That's all I did. I took profits at 29.42, and then I took profits again here at 29.52. All right. Enough chit chat. You guys like that thumbnail today? I was working on those things, man. Working on those things. You want $1 billion? Yeah. Break even is 29.88 on the short, which is up here, right over here. I started building at 29.80. I had add backs at 29.92, and then I was just maintaining. If you guys are going to trade with me on L-Bank, just a quick reminder, when you do register an account and you do your deposit of 250 or more, you'll get upgraded in your VIP status, which would allot you cheaper fees. So just be sure to send me your UID inside Discord and your proof of deposit, and I'll make sure that you get escalated. Some of you guys already did that yesterday. So just give me a heads up if your VIP status has not changed. Just shoot me a DM with that, and I'll make sure it gets taken care of. It's not me physically pushing the button. I have to go directly to the exchange in order for that to occur. But I'll make sure you guys are taken care of. So you cleared that imbalance. There you go. Yeah, bounce off that 382. That's crazy for a wave 2. That's super bullish. That's super bullish for a subwave. And that would be a subwave. Either here or here. I mean, that would sweep this area over here. That would be juicy. I'd be open to shorting that too into a wave 4, because if this is wave 2, this is flat. Wave 4 is going to be pretty sharp. What? No. Yeah, resist that area, come back and retest that. I could so see that. No, that won't work. That would work though. I actually might have truncation. Anyway, that works. Probably a double top. Yeah, that would make more sense. Possible. Yeah. Let's organize that real quick. Awesome. TradingView does want to give me my object tree. That's fantastic. Thanks, TradingView. I don't want to be organized at all. Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. Let me try something. There it is. Yeah, I could see that run up to here, push down, then have another double top. It's just a matter of if this is actually going to be on my wave 2 or not. Then that changes. That's it's not too deep. But then that opens up for that to be a little bit higher. I could see that. I can see that too. So this is speculative. We'll find out. I'll wait for the pivot points to develop. And then I'll work it from there. That's super. I mean, that's very bullish for us to get a wave 2 here. Wave 2 is it's not common. Common would be coming down to these areas. Then I would just adjust my 34-minute or my 377. I would just adjust this. This would still be all considered wave 1. So it all be considered wave 1. I made another high.
Guess what? Guess what?
These are advanced wave. Well, not necessarily advanced, but they would be considered advanced compared to wave 3. So if wave 3 just keeps going, then I gotta adjust wave 5. But this shouldn't. I mean, that would be like your best case scenario. But see, that wave would be bigger unless I came in shorter like that. Yeah, I mean, it's either one of the two. Because technically, you know, even though this is wave 2, 382, and I come to wave 5, I'm still going to be sharp. So this really has actually two different areas I could be looking at. That's the only way I could see us getting into that area. Yeah, so we'll have to see what occurs there. That's the only way that I can break that high is if I get a bounce here, or if I get a bounce here. But if I get a bounce here, then I got a double top. And if I come down to these levels, then I'm gonna have truncation. So if you're bullish, I mean, you'd want to see it really retest that high, the resistance area, flip that area. You can see how it lines up, which is 0.236, and then that'll give us a squeeze into 3036, which is just shy of my 3057. But see, an advanced wave would look like that, but that looks larger than my wave 3. So I'm going to go with right over here in these areas. Then how does that work out for my pattern? Then you'd have A, B, C, and then D. No, that's still too high. That's still too high. Let's play around with that idea for a little bit. Let's just see what that would look like. If I can just grab that, that'd be great. You got an anti-pattern there. Yeah, you would need to go parabolic for that to make sense. You would need to go parabolic. Because this is definitely a pivot point over here. And this would actually feed into the 34-minute, getting back into these areas, into this green box. Yeah, I'll rock with that. I'm not going to short that. Might just add to my long there, but I wouldn't short that because I think the RR on that would be silly. I mean, it could be wrong. It could come down a little bit lower, but I don't think the RR is there for it. That would be a nasty move. This would be a huge bear trap. Huge bear trap. And then squeeze them right into this area. Woof! There'll be a lot of kicking and screaming. A lot of kicking and screaming. We'll just hide this for now. That's kind of what I'm going to be looking at. I'll move these over, scooch them over just so we don't have things overlapping per se. And we'll move this over as well too. That's kind of what we're looking at there. And then we'll move this over just so it doesn't overlap and get confusing. Yep. Yep, and then you have all this space over here that's going to get literally devoured inside of in February. Yep, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm gonna wait for that. I'm gonna wait for that. If this hits in this same fashion, I'm gonna go play the lotto. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, we're good. We are Gucci. We are Gucci. What is that? 3036. What does that put me at? I'm okay. Still free trade. Come get my stop loss. I do not care. 3,036. All right, bet. I'll be like another $300. We can make a night. Let's go. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. That is a very bullish wave too. I'm going to take off these other levels because we no longer need them. It's just noise on the chart right now. I'm going to get to the chat here in a second, guys. I'm just monitoring. I see some of you guys posting questions, things like that. Just give me a second. All right, here we go. What was the first one? Do you expect downside before? What is the breaking? I already answered that. I just outlined my chart there. I can only read your posts in. I only can read your post trade review community until 23. Can I read all of them? My posts are inside Discord, bro. I don't post my ideas on TradingView. If you go to the scripts, that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for the ideas, you're gonna go into Discord, go to ScalpX, go to my corner. You'll see all my ideas there. All the ideas go 3 years back. Can I trade copper on L-Bank? That's a good question. I don't know. I'll look into it though. Sing, you DM me when you have a look. Okay, I'll take a look. Just give me a second. Awesome, Beto. Appreciate you for being here. I just answered that for you, Omar. I'll look at Pippin later. No, it's still like 1 point. What's up, good? How you doing, brother? I'm still at like 1.1, 1.01 to 2.01. Gonna come get my stop loss. Totally okay with that. Totally okay with that. This is why I stress to you guys, take profits on those moves. Do not get married to them. Do not get married to them. Could you imagine if I just held that short, and now I'm all the way back to break even. Now I'm all the way back to here. I missed out on all that profit. $200 gain just completely wiped out. I would that would be irritating to me. This is why I stress take profit, guys. Take profit when you see profit. Don't get married to it. I'm even going to take some profit here on my long. I'm not married to that. Bro, this thing literally went to my stop loss area. It didn't take out my short yet. It hasn't taken out my short yet. It literally went to like a hair of it and didn't take it out. That's wild. Can you imagine now if it just goes back the other way? Yeah, that's why I'm going to take profit on this long. It was an easy 100 on that. Just keep stacking. Just keep stacking. No commitment to it. Show my webcam anymore? Oh, because my face gets in the way. It gets in the way of price action, so most people I can't see the price. So I just take it off, but I don't know. Did you want to see my face? Somebody can screenshot that. Yeah, but I just remove it so that way people can see price action, see what I'm looking at, things like that. Will it dump here? I don't know. Omar, you gotta watch, brother. You gotta watch. You gotta watch. That's why I took profits on my long. If it wants to just run both sides. It filled that wick. It filled the wick. See? It filled that wick, had a lower high on that. GG's for you guys that are inside that long. Proud of you guys. I appreciate the trust. I appreciate the discipline. GG's to you guys. TD9 sequential is for candle analysis. It's not for Elliott wave. That indicator that Good had mentioned is different from mine, just as an FYI. The data and the logic is going to be similar, but I overlap it with additional stuff. Heat maps. Ooh, you got scared of my stop loss? Come on, ETH. You don't want to run my stop loss? It's alright. That's alright. We'll book it. We'll book it. River. River keeps coming back. River, just go a little bit higher for me, please. Just a little bit higher. If not, just come lower so I can re-long you. I can't do anything here with River. I can't long this. I don't feel 100% confident about shorting in that area. I did short a little bit above, but that's, you know, I wanted to catch those wicks. I don't want to catch those wicks. What you want to do, ETH? What you want to do? Ah, shoot. Don't do that. Don't do that, Saint. Let me lock this down so I don't mess anything up. Interesting. Ah, look at that. Right into that order block. Yeah. Come on up. You want to come down? That's fine. I'm still in my short. I'll take it. I'll take it. I do not care what ETH decides to do here. A, B, C. Yeah, that's what that's. You can see like a micro. Probably revisit this here soon. Yep, I see that. I definitely see that. That's okay. That'll be a second opportunity to take profits on the short. Let's go. Play both sides. Play both sides. Omar, you gotta have a setup, brother. You literally gotta watch. If I'm shorting, you'll hear me say short. I'm already short. I'm still holding on to my short. bro. Bro, I'm gonna give you a cooldown for like 5 minutes, bro. Turning the chat into a one-on-one. It's not about that, man. You gotta follow along with the charts, bro. I'll give you a cooldown for 5 minutes. If that irks you, you feel some type of way about it, then I'm sorry, man. Quite literally just mapped out an entire idea for you guys on a subwave count. This is very whipsawish. I bet I can see this on a higher time frame, 610. Very whipsawish. That's pretty bullish there. Yeah, look at that. This whipsawing. It's just whipsawing. Perfect world. Just squeeze them into that area. That would be perfect world. We already booked another 100 on the ETH long. I did at least. So when I say we, it's really me, but I don't know if you guys did. Easy day, man. Easy day. Easy 500 day. Oh my gosh, my ear. Yeah, I mean, I want River. I want River to attack this area. To be honest with you, I wanted to sweep these order blocks. I want to see something aggressive on River. Like this is a perfect world for me on River. I'd love to see that. Just come to 23. Just obliterate them. You know, if we get some pauses here and we get some signs of weakness from the bearish side. Actually, let's look at that. Yeah, volatility. No strong sell signals on that yet, and that's from a 34 minute. Let's look at it on a 377 real quick. Yeah, just screaming volatility. Yeah, all you can do is scalp that. All you can do is just scalp that. Thank you. Come on, ETH, do your thing. Come on. The bears are taunting you. They don't think you can do it. They don't think you can break 3K. I mean, we literally went to like a psychological level, 29.97, just shy of 3K. We did go to a fib level, don't get me wrong, 29.92 and just inside that range. But psychologically, it's like, can they break, 3K? And that's going to be an area where bears really need to defend if they're going to be targeting lower, like much lower. It's got to be those 3K handles all the way up to like 3,600. It's a pretty wide range, but if it's super bearish, they would defend 3,000, 3,036, 3,057 inside that area, and then just have a massive push down to like 2,500s, maybe even 2,300s. I am for that. We got to 2,200s or something like that, 2,300s. I'd probably have a very heavy long in that area. You gave us a doji on an up thrust, which is almost comical. See, that's a true doji. Open 2968.09, 2968.16. That is a true doji. So when you're looking for dojis, that's a true doji. Your open and close, your body, which is your open and your close, are pennies from each other. This is a 7-cent differential. That is a true doji, which is really indicating indecision. It's an indecision. There are several different types of dojis that are out there. There's a good site. I've made reference to it before, but if you go to thepatternSite.com, I think his name is Robert Kasowski or something like that. His last name is Kasowski. Anyways, he does an entire analysis on candles. So if you're trying to understand candle analysis, that is a beautiful site to go to. It is mainly geared towards stocks and bonds and higher time frame, but you can still understand the elements of those candles that are in there. He does all the back testing for you. I mean, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of testing, and he gives you your analysis on them. He gives you the probabilities, things of that nature. So when you hear me talking about probabilities, this is where it's stemming from. All right, that information is out there. It's free. It's public. Just be careful on the site because there are a ton of ads on there. So don't misclick something and then you go down a rabbit hole looking for dialysis or something like that. And positioning is also key. He doesn't indicate on that. That's just something that you learn as you go through trading. But like, for example, like engulfing candles, bearish engulfing. What was I saying earlier? There was a bearish engulfing, right? We had this little up thrust, but then you had a bearish engulfing that set here in this area. I was like, yeah, but that's here on a downtrend from this thrust. So the probabilities of this just getting taken out are even lower. An engulfing candle, whether it be bearish or bullish, has a 73% reversal rate, but you get, certain traders that see this, they have an up thrust and like, oh, there's an engulfing, we're going much lower. Yeah, this engulfing is already on the bottom of a downtrend. It's not a continuation candle. Now, if you have an engulfing that sits over here, like you have an engulfing that sits right over here, you have an engulfing that sits right over here, then you have a shooting star. Yeah, you have reversal candles that are starting to print, which you had an up thrust up. So that makes sense for the short on that time frame. Then you have bullish engulfings, like something like this, right? And that's on the bottom of a trend, so the probability starts pointing higher. This trend line is not something that I'm utilizing, that it's going to ride this trend line. That's just part of the wave count. It just so happens to be sitting on there. But this is what I was saying, like this needs to go parabolic from a low time frame perspective to give us this decent short. I'm definitely going to be looking into shorting in these areas. I'm still holding on to my current short. It is what it is. I've taken profits on my long. If this thing just round trips all the way back down here and then sweeps these lows in this area, then I'll be looking for these zones. Just being ready for all of that. And river looks like it's in this little mini distribution phase right over here. Still want to see a little pop up, a boink, right into this area like 71-ish, maybe even 74, because you got like 51 million, pretty decent pockets, 90% pocket over here. Just take these guys out real quick, and then come right back down. Come right back down. Boy, I'm hungry now. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. God's good. God's great. Thank God's will. Just name it. All right. I wonder what some of these big boys are doing out there right now. Let's check on them. Oh, this guy. You're just long 20. Yeesh. Oh, this guy might know something. He's in one position. He just wants a short ETH. Interesting. Yeah, there's a block that sits all the way to 3,000. Yeah, it's hitting this little shelf right over here. 2986. What about BTC? Jeez. BTC has one all the way to 89. A decent volume on that. Yeah, it needs to clear this shelf right over here, which is 88. I don't know if he's going to get to that area. Ah. ETH tapping right into that pocket right over there. Yeah, if they can sweep that, that puts us kind of what we're looking at. That 3010, that's right over here. And what's the top of our 3036? Yeah, that's sweeping all this. That puts us right inside this area. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. See if we can get those zones. But these 3000s, do you have any other blocks? Yeah, all the way to 3050. What's on the 36 block? Nothing's really developing there. You have a small one at 40. A heavy one at 3000. That's a psychological level. Yeah, they're gonna try to deny a psychological level of 3000. I need more water. Yeah. Show me how to win. Bulls would need to reaccumulate here. You see this? It literally came to my break even area. Like literally just pennies on it. Just by a smidge. A smidge. Anybody short that? Anybody short 29.88? Yeah. No, it's up to you. I'll be on here until about 7.
Oh, okay. I don't know until what time I'm gonna be here. But I'll text you.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, wait for a wee bit higher. I'm with you on that. I mean, it would be ideal if we can get into that 3036 benchmark. I think shorts will start opening around like 3010, to be honest with you. I could see that happening. Oh, man. Yeah, straight up. Lots of patience. And as we start getting to these times of the day, 1:30, 2:30, it gets kind of stagnant. I mean, if you're going to short it, I mean, you got to treat it like a scalp. Yeah, sure. So, this is my high time. Oh, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Um, two directions. Either we get an upthrust into 3600s inside this area, whether it be February or March, and then I'm looking at that being a wave B, and then we move down to these lower levels. If wave B in fact was done, then February or March will move us down into these levels. 22, 27, maybe even lower, right? It can get really aggressive. I'm looking at this being a wave 2. I'll zoom out. This area over here being a wave 2. I have it here because it's a 618. That's a sharp level, but we can get down a little bit sharper. We also have a trend line that's developed from here where it was resistance, flipped, bounced, and then come back and retest it. So looking at roughly around 3 hits. We already have 1 here, we have 2 here, and a third would be here. So my money's on somewhere around like 2250 inside that area. Sometime inside this year, whether that happens inside of Q1 or going into Q2. I'm leaning more inside of Q1. We have, we get to this level, then we see some sideways movement for a couple months, and then going into 2027, looking at higher levels. That would be, excuse me. somewhere over here. I actually need to move this out. I really need to redo my fib zones. But if I come over to a weekly, it's actually better mapped on a weekly. Here it is. So I have 1900s down into these areas over here. And then I'm looking like around going into 2027, and that's when that bull run is going to begin. You know, I'm going to say bull market. I'm using air quotes here. Bull market. I mean bear market, because bear markets are really ABC corrections. ABC, then you have impulse 1, 2, then you have an ABC. After you have an impulse, you always have an ABC. And so we had another impulse over here. And so essentially I'm looking at this being like an ABC. So I don't think we hit like all-time high here or going into Q1. You know, I think like 3,600, 3,800 would be the absolute max, those zones, those areas that we tap into. And then I'm looking at, you know, 2,500 all the way down to like 1,900 for us to hit our low for the year. And then once that's done and complete, then it should be up only. Then we should see ETH hitting all-time highs going into 2027. I believe probably starting sometime around like June of this year is when we'd kind of like finish out. So March, then you have April and May, sideways kind of boring movement. Then we get into June and July, then we start to see that run up, if you will. And then maybe we get a, you know, it's kind of fictitious, but maybe we get a Santa rally around December going into January of next year. But for the next, you know, 60, maybe 70 days, you know, we're going to see somewhat of sideways movement, maybe a couple thrusts down in those areas, testing those lower lows, and then kind of going from there. But that's a speed through, if you will. I have a couple videos here on YouTube that kind of outline this in a little bit more detail if you want to ever pop back into those and take a peek. They're all inside of my Ethereum TA update. So you can see them in there. Where was I on this? Or I was on 610. And you want to see this thing come and test this area right here again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pushing back into 6.3. That would push ETH down. So right now, USDT is coming down. ETH should be going up. Small little breakdown here. Let's see if it can maintain itself. Oh, look at River. River coming back up again. Can I get on that? River, you give me a 1. You got volatility kicking in here. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait because I just have this feeling you're gonna go in here. I'll just hold what I have. Poor ETH. ETH running out of steam. Oh, you're in an order block, are you, huh? Yeah, but you got some pockets that sit right over here, buddy. Yeah, squeeze a little bit higher. Let's go to 34. It's a funky flag if it's trying to make a flag. That is a funky flag. I want to see what that retracement looks like too. It's more of a pennant than a flag, but you get my point. Yep, because it's the same area, 3038, what we were looking at earlier. 3036. That would be a continuation if we can get one. Take a little pause at 3010. Come back to 2993. Small little retrace. Bulls not giving up 3000, and then a push to 3036. That'll be the move that we're looking for. We'll see. We shall see. I mean, I feel like they're just baiting, straight up, they're just baiting these shorts. Right, because like if it's a true move, like if it's gonna move to the downside, like you'll see stuff like this. Like that's what should develop. It should go to a certain level and then boom, drop. And the opposite is true, right? Like if it's gonna come down to a support level, it's gonna tap and boom, go. So like it tapped into this level, yeah, because there's resistance here, but like look, they started defending here in this area. So like if you are shorting that area, that's one of the reasons that you want to just treat it like a scalp. We can flex 3010. It'd be so money. It'd be so money. Let's put a zone on here real quick. We got a little bit more time. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this manually. I'm not gonna use my indicator here. I just want to do it manually. I want to look at something different. I'm kind of lining up in the same area. What time does that put me at? That's in 17 minutes. Okay. Sideways for 17 more minutes, and then I'll see a bigger move. And man, if we can reach that level by the end of the day by bell close, what? That's like 5 o'clock, a little bit into Asia, not cash markets, but at least Asia market open. And then cash market at 7, and then cash market might actually dump it. But I see we're getting some like unauthentic moves here in this area. Big moves, okay. Come on. Come on. Jam on. I mean, I took a scalp on river. I really want to see this area though, to be honest with you. There's 63 million, 64 million, you're just rounding up in liquidity that sits inside this area. Like majority of the liquidity that was here inside this area, it's already been taken. It was a small pocket, like 48%, 30 million here in this area. Some people tapped into it, but I think there's a little bit more liquidity that sits right over here. I'd be more interested in that because that also lines up with a 618 fib right over here, right there. I already scalped it though. I scalped it on this candle right here. I took it here, and then I scalped it here. Like literally a tiny move. But that's kind of the cool thing about River, you know what I mean? Because the valuation is so small, you don't need a big margin on it. You can literally, you know, turn 30 bucks into 60 bucks within minutes. All right, come on. Come on, ETH. You guys still holding on to longs? Who's still long? Yeah, okay, I could see us because we have an imbalance here, so I could see that. There you go. Took out my short. Took out my short. Just might let go do the reverse Uno. There it is. Keep going. Watch, it just took out my short. Now it's going to come back for my long. You'll see it here live. Sing gets taken out on both sides. It's all good though. I'm happy with the profits. Come on. Get on up there. Give them that high yeah. You know you're capable of it. I'm gonna start checking on River. I think ETH is pretty much good. I can leave it alone. I'm gonna check on River, see if I can get in. If it makes sense for me to enter into some shorts on it. This River can be dangerous, man. Ay, ay, ay. All right. This feels kind of risky. You know what? I'm going to do a small little ad on River. A small ad here on River. Still going to move my stop loss to break even. So free trade in that sense, guys. ETH, you're gonna irk me here. That was a small ad on River. I really want to short this area right over here. 34. That's gonna suck if it literally comes all the way back down. I've already taken profits on the short got pushed out. The short did about 200. The long, I've already taken profits on the long. The long has done roughly around 190. So there's 400 on that. And then the River combined has done about 110, long and short. Come on. You gutted all these shorts for you to have a little push up like that. Like, do something with it. You probably got a whole bunch of people aping into shorts, which is perfect. Like, keep doing that. Order block just formed on River. That might get taken out. That actually might provide as liquidity. Again, this area over here is 71. I get stopped out on River. I think my loss is like $4. Excuse me. Woo. There you go. Hold that box. Oh, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it. What are you doing, USDT? Yeah, keep coming down, USDT. Oh. Are you gonna bounce in this area? No, 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 no. I need you to die. Not retrace. There we go. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, guys, thank you, thank you. I'll look at silver here in a minute. I'll look at some coins here for you guys. I'm in the middle of managing my own trades, my own setups at the same time. Look at River. That actually worked out. That's crazy. Somebody wants River to die. ETH just has this little imbalance over here. I'd say maybe it can clear this level over here before it has to move back up. I mean, it printed a 3, so just from a sequential count, it needs to clear this. Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's here in this current level. So that would actually make sense to try to flip this in the setup phase, but test that area, clear the imbalance at the same time, and then move back up. I swear, if ETH comes all the way back down over here, I don't know. I might just scream. What did he say? Set a phase, try to change it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it needs to climb back above that high. It needs to sweep that high to change the setup phase. Perfect world, man. We just needed to clear this imbalance and then move back up. If I get failure over here, then I'll eat the long. And then I'll be out. I'll be completely out of ETH. And that little add back to River is somewhat decent. Is USDT pulling back up? Oh, that's why. You got a 13 there. Wait, are you? You got an imbalance there, though. Yeah, you got a shaved head there. I mean, shaved bottom that sits right there. So that should push us a little bit higher once that gets cleared. So clear here. There's no imbalance to the upside. Only fair value gaps that come in height. Did you just double top? Pretty much. Pretty much. Yep. Missed that short. I missed that short. Took out my other short on profits, and then missed reshorting it. I don't know if this is gonna hold. I want to see what occurs here. This will be my definitive answer. Like once this imbalance gets cleared, if I can pull back up, kind of very similar to like what we saw over here. You know, we had imbalances and imbalances, then we had wicks. It cleared it and then it moved up. So I'm looking for something similar to that. Just like we had imbalance over here, it cleared it. See, it cleared all these imbalances and then moved up. Ideally, we want to see that this gets cleared and then it moves back up, which would mean that USDT maybe moves up a little bit and then comes back down to clear that imbalance and that imbalance, which would push ETH higher. We all scream for sure. All right, we're on the decision line for a fib zone. Let's see where that move's going to go. We're inside of a bigger zone, so we're going to see bigger moves here. We should see bigger moves to the upside. It might clear this first, and then we'll get our moves up. And it did print a 13 on that lead off phase. Interesting. My gosh, that's a pretty big descending broadening wedge. Actually, that is a oh my gosh, a barrier triangle, if it forms one. If you can get on that line, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm just spitballing some ideas here. I'm not saying it is what it is. Just spitballing some ideas here. There you go. You printed a sell signal on that? F me. Oh, come on, load. Divergence? Oh boy. Oh boy. That might be coming down lower. Listen, just give me 3010 and I will be quiet. And I will gladly take that and walk away. Thank you. So what's the liquidity look like? Where's the liquidity at? Go to CoinGlass real quick. Bear with me. Yeah, it's tapping into all that. 29.97, 30,001, 3011. That's right over here. Not really. We're little fish in a big pond, right? So it's just aligning yourself with the bigger fish's bias and what they're doing. That's just my viewpoint on it. I hear that a lot, like market manipulation or someone's after me or things like that, and it's like, eh. They didn't even sweep that. It's a little alarming. So that means if I can get into these levels, I would definitely be targeting that. This wave 4 might come down a little bit. And that'll be a good scalp in that zone. It looks something like that. There you go. Thank you, ETH. Thank you. There you go. Hey, see, it keeps trapping him. Keeps trapping. No! Going the wrong way! Bigger moves anyways, coming inside this area, so just wait for it. I'm gonna scoot you over wherever I can catch you. So now I'm just trying to time dates, time frames, things like that. You might be middle of the ground. You might be somewhere over here. That looks a little bit more impulse-y. Impulse-like. Who shorted? Who shorted this area? Anybody short? And this box needs to be taken out. That box needs to be taken out. There needs to be liquidity in there because I don't even think... I'm pretty sure from a smart money concept... Nope, don't even have one there. Oh, I do have one there. Alright, so are you going to be my liquidity? Okay, River. Doing good on River. I like that, River. There you go. I'm on ETH. There you go. Take these out. Smoke them. Time to smoke them. Going the wrong way, ETH. Pippin. Yeah, look at Pippin. Yeah, we got some heavy sell pressure over here. This is gonna be a hard wall to break all this. gonna be a difficult wall to break. Boy, oh boy, if it does, that'd be the move. Na 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 na. Hmm. Thank you. There we go. Take that order block out. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. That's what I want. Come on. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. Gosh, I feel like this is baiting me. It's like, come on, Saint. Enter into short. Come on, it's gonna go down. Do it. Do it. And then yoink. Got him. There you go. There you go. Come on, break it. Break it, break it, break it. We want to see these highs get swept. Ideally, right into this area. And then we have two choices. Either it's going to bounce right over here, flipping that resistance into support, and then bounce, come right back up to here. Or it's going to come down to 0.5 and clear this imbalance. Then it'll move back up. But if it comes down to there, then I'm probably looking at possibly like a double top for a wave 5. So if I want 3034, you'd want to see a bounce here. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. Squeeze the life out of them. Shorts just got round tripped. Believe me, I'm very tempted to short that. In the event that I'm just completely wrong and it comes down, I'm very tempted. I haven't pulled the trigger on it. I really want to see this. This makes more sense to me. Just sweep these highs, get into these areas over here, and start building in that area. Come on, you can do it. We got more shorts that are aping in over here. Just needs to build. See, if it was going to reject, it would have done something like this, right? Like it would reject and you see a big push down. Like we're not seeing that. That's why I'm hesitant about shorting in that area. Like if you get a flush down here in this area, then we revisit and we continue to break over here, then I'd be open to that short. But I just don't have confirmation. It's difficult to trade the first candle that you see. Yeah, most people are shorting here. That's why it's not moving. We're gonna see an impulse up. No. No. Say no, saying we're not going to give you what you want. We're going to take all your moolah. We're going to run it right back to your long entry. Joke's on you, money man. I've already taken profit. Probably around 5 o'clock is when we see this move, right? Is that 5? Yeah, 5 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, delay's coming. Hold on, Guido. Are you short or are you long? I hope you're long. I hope you're long. There we go. There it is. Keep coming. Come on, snap it. Snap. Do your thing, ETH. It's your time to shine, buddy. It's your time to shine, buddy. It's your time to shine. We see now I'm getting some weakness in this area. Yeah, I'll do something risky here. I'm just gonna open up a small hedge just to protect my long. I'll burn it. I don't care. I'll burn it. Yeah, I opened up a small one right here. 29.94. I have trust issues with ETH, as you can tell. You never say what you say you're gonna do. You're never gonna do what you say you're gonna do. Should be in marriage counseling with ETH. That sounds wrong. Sorry. If it takes out my position, I'm fine with that. I just opened a small one just to protect in the event that it does. But see how it keeps doing that? Very similar to like what we're seeing over here. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's a resistance area, a resistance band that sits inside the zone. Let's look at a 377 real quick. It's something ridiculous. You can't be that basic. Oh, thank you. Thank you. There we go. All right, there it is. There it is. There it is, boys. That's that sweep we were looking for. Now we're looking for a 3010. Hey, sometimes you just gotta be. There it is. Take them out. For shorts here in this area. I'm going to be hunting for shorts here in this area. Check out this box. That's good. That's a sweep. That's what we're looking for. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. I took 3007. Right on 3010. Right on the money there. I'm going to go stop just slightly above that. To the top of that order block, which sits around like 3020 and some change. Exactly what we were looking for. A little bit higher than 2.618 area. Nice. Hey, if you want to keep going, I'm down. Come on. Come on. Then wave, this is just telling me that wave 3 is not done. That's all. It went to a 2.618 area, but wave 3 can always be higher up. So we're waiting for this thing to finish coming down. It just printed an 8. That 8 was higher. Took out all these order blocks here in this area. Exactly what we're looking for. Exactly what we're looking for. Now, this imbalance is still on the table here, or if we're going to bounce here in this area. So like if you see a retracement that just kind of pauses here at this area, this 0.236 area, that is your wave 4, and then expect to see this area. If it, blows right past this level and comes into 2974, what have you, then that could be your wave 4. This would make sense because it comes to this area, but then we'd most likely see a double top inside that area because I'm using the measurement of wave 1 for equal height. So then we'd probably see truncation, to be quite honest with you. Actually, I can move this up a little bit. Now that this is moved, I can adjust this to here. Oh, that would happen. 2 point. All right. I just take profits on your long. Something I can say. Reverse playing out. That looks good. He flexed on that. That's fine. I'll take that. Resistance, support, punch through, resistance. Let's see if that sticks. Let's see if that sticks. Gotta take some more profit off of the long. Got a 9 brewing here. Let's see if that 9 flushes. See if that 9 can flush. They're able to climb back above 2010 again. All right, did another 2 on the long. All right, so sorry, 196 and some change, just 24 left running on that. Small margin on that, just leaving it just for runner, just for kicks and giggles. $2010. See, it's not giving us the reaction that I'm looking for, so I'm hesitant on that. $29.99. Let's see if we get that, because you do have a fair value gap that comes over here. Let's see if we can hang on to 29, basically 3,000, same psychological level, flip the psychological aspect of it. We can maintain, so want to see this area flipped. If we can flip this area, then, you know, we have moves to the upside. Then I would suspect on higher time frames, wave 1 would probably finish over here somewhere. What's USDT doing? USDT swept those. Okay, it's got one more little sweep to go. Okay. Remember that imbalance that we were talking about right over here? See? Swept it. Boom. It's got another little one that's right over there. So ETH might push up a little bit higher here. Come on. It's got to sweep that high. It's the high that it just created on lower time frames. It's got to sweep this for USDT to sweep its imbalance that it has. Right inside here. Should get it here now. Should come. No. Bouncing off of that? Why? Pull back up, please. Oof. Oof. Rose. Rose looks kind of fishy. It did make a lower low there. It's got this fair value gap right here that's it's attacking. All right, I said once we get into these zones, you see bigger moves. Yahtzee. So I was talking about this is why I like to use fib zones. Me personally, like you can see like when you can kind of time when the bigger moves are going to start coming in, and that way you can start timing when you need to have entries, things like that. So you know these moves are really going to last all the way until 5 o'clock. So we got about like 2 more hours of this. Now the bigger moves here inside of this area, we did have a bigger move, bigger legs in this area, but you could get the opposite. You can get bigger legs down to the downside too. So you're going to see big moves from this time frame from a 3-minute perspective over the next 2 hours or so. Hour and a half, really. Yeah, you see that order block that just formed in that area? That just appeared? Yeah, CoinGlass went right into that liquidity area too that we were eyeing earlier. This thing goes all the way up to 3061, so I want to see what occurs here at 2099. We'll probably get a bounce there in that area, and then we can squeeze up into this zone. Since my average is from down here on my long, what I'll do something risky, is I'll look for an add back on my long here to see if I can get into this zone. And it's going to flirt with this area for a while, so got to be patient here. It's going to probably be about 2 hours or so. If it decides to go up higher, it decides to go higher. That's fine. Dun 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 dun. Lower high there. I mean, if everybody's going to long here, then flushing that down into here would make more sense. See, and we're sandwiched in between these two order blocks. High risk, high risk. It's trying to invert that order block. That's why you see it tapping on the very bottom there and then pulling right back up. Excuse me. There you go. Tap that order block. I took like 25% off of that for myself. Small little move, but I'll take it. So now it just makes the trade a free trade. Oh wow, look at River. I didn't even see that on River. Go River. Wow. Not even paying attention to river. Look at that. That looks good. River's up 209% on this position. This short in itself is doing another 100. That's what's up. I didn't even see river. I wasn't even paying attention to river. All right. Flirting with that order block. I fully anticipate this thing to keep making moves here in this area. That's why I'm not afraid to take profits here inside the zone. Quick easy 100 on the short. Gonna scale out some right here. Easy peasy. All right. Let the less ride. Just bagged in a quick little 57 on that. And just keep compounding. Boom, boom, boom. Just keep compounding. Runs back to break even. That I'm okay with that. That was a $57 move for me. I've stripped a good portion of my long thus so far though, so I'm looking for add backs on the long. First short did 2, long did 196. Got another 53, 57 that's already been bagged on the short. Now, excuse me, we have another 100 on river that's printing right now. And that was a risky move and it actually worked out. I like that. I'm just not going to touch river right now. I'm going to let that one run. Getting close to more TPs. All right. Taking a little bit more off the top here. There it is. Now let's see. See if we can get some type of bounce here in this area.
Guess what? Guess what?
That works out. We'll take it. Yep. I wouldn't re-short this if this goes back up. I'd look for these areas. Look at river. Nice, river. Look at that, see? Pull right back up. That looks like a way forward. So I did TP on the short. It was an easy hundo. I didn't fully close it yet. I'm just letting it run to break even. I had a small little ad here on the long for ETH. You know, move my average to 29.85. I'll still set the stop loss on that to break even. Actually, I'll move it down just a little bit lower. I think I'll lose like $4 if it runs to my stop loss. I'm looking at it retesting these areas right over here. Right, so like we're in between these fib zones, so it's a pretty wide range. So what you want to look for is you want to look for where price action is at. Always look left. So this is your previous resistance. It just pushed right through it. Small little retest on it on this level right here. We can get another retest that comes to it in that area. If it gets pushed out, then the short's going to make up for it. I'm a TP some on river. River's so good to us. That's what I thought would happen. And got an order block that formed right there. Bounce right off that fib. And you're looking for higher. Easy little scalp. Easy scalp. Easy, easy, easy. Just rule of thumb, just never overcommit yourself to a position. I took profit off of river just because I wanted to take profit on that, to be honest with you. Okay. Now it's going to run right back. Entry. Should run higher now. Gosh, that was couldn't do that twice. That's why I said be careful reshorting that area because it's going to run right back. That's why we took profit. Now here's the question, right? Like, was this a wave 5? That's the bigger question here. Or do we get to this zone right over here? Still got 2 hours left in this thing. Believe me, it can run. Go, go, go. Oh, come on. There's nothing there. quite literally have nothing there. There we go. I had a key level here at 3026. Just tapped right into that. Swept that high. Now we're inside of areas where's wave 5 going to finish at? That could be wave 5. But we have all this room over here, all this space. So I want to see signs of weakness. So right now I just see strength. Yeah, I'm with you, Solar. Awesome. Good job, Michael. Good job, good job. That was an easy scalp. We're printing good, boys. We're printing good. River looks good. The ETH long looks good. The short was well. Shorts on both sides. We've taken a couple plays today. Everything kind of panning out right now. Keep squeezing. I'm telling you, more people are shorting this. They don't they don't expect the ETH to go, past 3,400. Watch this thing just skyrocket. ETH is so overdue. So overdue. I'm really waiting for this area over here, guys. I want to see what happens at 3036. I mean, I had some levels that were already predefined in 3024. I was from earlier. That's mainly residue. I just left it there, but just so happened to be there. And so we got this level here, which is 3041, all the way to 3057. This is where bears really would need to defend. They can't give up the 3000 block. And vice versa, right? Same thing for bulls. Bulls can't lose that 3000 block. That's why you're going to see a lot of heavy moves like all through this area. There's going to be a big dog fight here. Big dog fight. Oh, come on. Can you just squeeze right into here? That would be fantastic. And this is printed at 6, so 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So on the next session here, which is another 3 hours from now. I saw the same crap right over here, just like this, what it's doing right now, then it lagged. This imbalance still needs to get cleared though, man. Still needs to get cleared. So maybe bulls just give that up for a little bit. Maybe it creates a trap in that area and then it moves. Right now the subwave is playing out just fine. You know, I'm anticipating on higher time frames, wave 1 would probably finish here, somewhere around here. We may not see that here on this session. If we do, great, fantastic. Then we look for shorts inside this zone. And then we'll probably get an ABC, and then we'll get an impulse, and then we'll get bigger moves down to the downside, which would translate into a 5 impulse wave on a lower time frame to the downside, which would then translate to a wave 2 on the higher time frame. River looks good. River, just keep coming down. No beefs with you. Yeah, 217 on that. 60 on that. 51 on that, and 99 on that. And then we did 2 earlier from that. No, 50. Okay. And we're 3 away from doubling the account. All in a day's work. That's what's up. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you're profitable in today's stream, put some W's in the chat for me, please. Let me know. For River, I want to see this order block get tapped into. I have a pretty aggressive TP that sits way down over here, like 24. I would love to see River get down to those levels. But for, short term, I'm really looking at seeing what occurs here inside of these order blocks in these liquidity pockets. You got like 62 million that sits here. And then we have like another 64 million that sits above. So I might be sandwiched right in between here. So I'll just play both sides. But ideally, from a swing perspective, I'm looking at somewhere around like 23. That would be the sweet spot. That would be the sweet spot. Let's check on USDT, see if USDT... Okay, USDT flushed all of its imbalances. It doesn't have any more imbalances that sit over here. This area, let's just go to a slightly higher time frame. It doesn't look so good for USDT. Probably going to test that 6.194. That should push ETH right into this area right over here, 3036. Whether I get that here on this move or I get it to on the next session, not the next 34-minute session, but like the next 377 session. So over the next like 3 hours or so. So now just waiting. Appreciate the love, guys. Appreciate the love. Yeah, so now we're seeing if this is wave 5, right? Like this would be ideal for wave 5 to get into the zone. It's a classic wave 5 1.272. That's classic. But you could also get on a wave 5, you can get something like this where it just runs a little bit higher than your wave 3, and that is your wave 5. There is that possibility. So if you start to see, you know, an ABC from here, then most likely wave 5 is in, and then we're going to be targeting lower levels. If you're confident and you feel good about it, then you can build some shorts over here inside this area. I'm gonna look into doing that here in a second. I want to see the sequential count, how the sequential count is really going to muster up. Let's go to a 34-minute real quick. Let's check on that. Yeah, see, I got the, look how big this order block is. Look at this thing. I gotta fix that. That still puts me on there, and I gotta adjust some of these levels. I'll adjust wave 2s on those time frames. And then you build your short, like for me, like if I'm shorting this area, like my TP would be like 28 something. It would stem from the 34-minute. And actually, you know what? I'll adjust those right now. All right, so this is a flat wave 2. Then we get into sharp wave 2s. Let's look at some liquidity real quick. See what we got. Sheesh. I would cry if it did that, but let's go with 786. Let's see if that can stick. And then I'd look to relong that area. 2841 down to 2813. Somewhere in that area. And we got an order block right here, but this order block could be taken for liquidity because look at the pockets, it's pretty thin. It's a thin order block. And then you have more deeper pockets that sit right over here. You know, 55 is decent. I mean, this is everybody and their mom that long this area. Just come back and take them out. Oh my gosh. That So we'll monitor these areas. You know, if I'm offline, you know, this is what you look for. So if you want to manage it during Asia or during London, this is what I'm looking for. 2841, 2813 inside those areas. If it comes down a little bit lower, it's still going to be valid for wave 2 as long as it doesn't blow past the origins. If it can maintain that, if it can maintain this area and come all the way down to here, you know, it's deeper than 88. It's like almost a 90% retracement, but it's still going to be valid. And that would create a pretty big pump for us to move up higher. So while you're building shorts here in that area, that's what I would be looking for. You know, we got an order block that just formed here in this area. Let's see if it can get taken out. Again, sandwich in between order blocks. Thin layers right here, and then kind of thin here, a little bit thicker inside this area. But, you know, this being a minute wave, that could be it right there. And what did I say that was? 27.99? Sheesh. 27, where is that? 27.99? Let's go back to that. That'd be great if it can go to that level. can get some water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, I really need that sequential count to change if it's gonna go bearish. It cleared a little bit of imbalance right over there in that area. Still have this level. Still need to clear that at some point. It's on the radar. Something to be watching. I forget what I have at 3024. I'm going to check that here in a second. I don't know where that hails from. I think that on 8 minutes. Ooh, look at that little pocket right there. 3031. Look at you. A nice pocket. Oh, juicy. I just saw that on 8 minute. Nice. I'll take that. I will definitely take that. Yeah. Get up in there. Get all up in there. And it's real close to your 3036 area too, Saint. I know I'm speaking in the third person. My bad. This block is taken out, so I'm just going to remove it. I don't no longer need it. I went to an extension fib. Where did we measure that from last? Where were you measured from? These moves right here. Gotcha. So you went to an extension fib, 3028. And that's actually residue. It shouldn't even be on there. I really don't even need it right now. But it's good that it's there because it kind of tells me where it's going to from those earlier moves. Now that 7 is higher than that 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you got to get back down to here if you're gonna clear it. Nice exhaustion candles on a 13 minute. That's what this pink is that you see right over here. All that liquidity was collected on CoinGlass on the 8 hour. We've collected a good portion of that so far, if not all of it. Yeah, vast majority of it, to be quite honest. I mean, the next pocket is at 3046. Now to the downside, the liquidity. My gosh, you have so much below. I mean, you got liquidity that sits at 2765. There's a shelf that sits right over there. So if we went to 2765, it would invalidate this count that I'm looking at over here. It would invalidate this count. We got to do some due diligence here. We got to look to find why we have that there. I don't need river right now, so just bear with me. I need more screen real estate. Previous resistance. I mean, that's a good, healthy move. I mean, your next level is going to be right over here. That would make sense because there's liquidity that sits right over there. That's the next pocket. Very risky shorts here, man. Very risky shorts. It can literally squeeze the crap out of them. Hmm. All right. There you go. Nine failure with an imbalance below. Let's hopefully we can clear that here first. A little bit higher. Come on. A little bit higher. Are you an exhaustion candle? Are you gonna? Oh no, okay. I thought I was seeing an impulse candle coming. River's just a little bit lower. Still not touching, not doing anything with the river. Just taking profits off of that so far. 3,065. That was at 3,036. You're gonna long right now? All right, Angie. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. I'm still long. I already had my ad. My ad was right over here. Excuse me. My ad was right over here. 29.99. Which worked out. Do 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 do. I get the question that I'm just asking myself is if oh, was that a double top? Oh, that was a double top. Damn. I just caught that. Oh no, it wasn't a double top. I'm tripping. Never mind. If that was a wave 5. Which kind of lines up with characteristics, right? 1, 2, big strong impulse, short wave here.
you know, a flat level. This was flat, but this also came flat, so it wasn't going to give a sharp. So it was one or two levels, either going to be flat or it was going to be sharp in comparison to wave two. Sharp would have been 0.5 just in comparison. 0.5 is typically going to be a flat level, but when you're comparing it to your wave two, this is going to be the level that you're looking at. And so, again, going back to it, the question is if we're going to get into 1.272, which is a classic wave 5, or if we kind of topped out here, or if we get an advanced wave. But see, that advanced wave is pretty mighty. So all this kind of makes sense to me. And this subwave would be our wave 1, which lines up with an impulse. We look at the impulse, right? You had the drop, and then doop, all this is your impulse. Absolute money day, guys. Great day, guys. Great day. Oh. I'll probably stay a little bit longer. I'm looking at 36. It's this fib level. I'm looking at 36. But see, that's the thing. I don't know right now. I don't know because I do have sell signals. I'm running into exhaustion. I'm losing strength. RSI still and MFI still floating in that area. So like this thing could always just have a small little dip and then boop, pull right back up and push us into 3036. And I got a 9 failure that sits over here. So that kind of points towards this trend isn't fully exhausted just yet. So you might see more whipsaws. You might see, you know, a move down to here and then pulls right back up to here. I'm glad we took profits on River. What is Rose doing, man? I haven't checked on Rose. Has Rose come back to my levels yet? Oh, you're getting real close. No, you're not. You're not getting close. Look at that. 222 billion in exhaustion. I mean, in liquidation, if this thing goes to zero. Really looking for Rose to get somewhere inside here. That's mainly what I'm looking for. Kind of same thing, you know, wave 1. You know, wave 1 over there. Then seeing a wave 2 over here. That's from a weekly perspective. So that's going to take a little bit of time. I do have some alarms for us set up inside of this area. Hype. Not touching that right now. Somebody shorted Soul or longed it. Dangerous though, but I mean, you got an imbalance right above. That thing could squeeze up higher. I think I was looking at Aster from a 4-hour. Yeah, I had some targets down here for Aster inside this level. BTC looks good on a 4-hour there. Very nice, very nice. Could always just do a high yaw and come right back down. Just be careful on that. I would definitely be taking some profits on my long, especially if you long from this area. Completely avoided this order block. Once, twice, maybe 2 times is enough. Got deeper order blocks that sit down here in this area. 78. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, if that was the case, whew. River printing an 8, showing us that trend is not exhausted. So maybe you got another A, B maybe there, or maybe you get an A here and then get a B that comes over here. I'll still manage that from a lower time frame. It's been working for us. Because, I mean, the levels are still the same. It's just a matter of what happens here. Now, if it flushes past, if ETH flushes past where wave 4 is at that 0.236 level, that area, then wave 5 is booked. We will revisit this area again here, but when wave 2 matures and gives us those levels that we're looking for. Remember, I already started building my short earlier. I'm still going to be, I have ads all the way up to 3036 for ETH. No, I don't have any free indicators. All the indicators that I write, they're invites only. What's up, Tuta? What's good, baby? How are you?
Uh, 8 minute, 2788. Bro, if we get to 2788, I'll be very, very happy. We get to 2788, I'll do a $100 giveaway. Yeah, we'll do that. We get to 2788, that's exactly what I'll do. No, I'm not gonna long 29.99 again. No, I'm not. I took profits on the ad back already. I got you. Yeah. We're gonna do 2 giveaways, right? First giveaway, if we reach 2788, I will do a $100 giveaway. I'll set some guidelines for you guys. If we reach 1,000 subscribers on this channel, I'll do a $1,000 giveaway. I mean, that's kind of true, Huddle. I mean, I'm always hedged, so, you know, my stop loss really is kind of like irrelevant because the opposite side will make up for the burn and then I'll just re-enter. So there is some truth to that. But I mean, I would run a stop loss thing. Okay, well, I'm going to burn this position and I'll re-enter at a better entry. I started building at 3024. It's a 12 pip differential from what I'm looking at. And the last thing I want to do is get front ran because I'm utilizing the mathematics for it for wave 5. But if we don't get to a wave 5 and I get front ran, then I don't want to spend my time chasing this all the way down. So, you know, I've had my wave 3, came to my levels, went a little bit above that. That's fine. I got my wave 4, which was right on the money. And then what happens next is the next up thrust. This is an up thrust. This is the move that I'm looking for a wave 5. And then, you know, if it continues to go higher, then it's going to go to classic levels. But as of right now, That looks like it's wave 5. This trend doesn't look like it's exhausted. So as I'm getting back down to like 2840s, 2813, what have you, that could give us the momentum that we'll have a wave 3 going back into this area, which is this setup right over here. So on lower time frames, we have an imbalance from a sequential count perspective, but maybe we come down to these levels, tap into some of these areas, or tap into some of these areas, then we'll push right back up into those zones. If we violate this area over here, this level right here, 2785, if we violate that, then this wave count is invalidated. But 2788, yeah, there's I think we just showed that. Yeah, there's a 1.49 million in liquidity that sits inside that zone. So yeah, we get a full retracement all the way back down to there. I'll do a giveaway. It's got to be 2788 though. If it blows past it, it blows past it. It is what it is. I'll still do the giveaway. But that's ETH for you, and that's kind of what I mean. I've been saying this for months. I mean, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but you can't. It's hard to hold on to positions, for a long time. You can't be married to them. It's not like it was like in 2021, 2022. Like if you're shorting, you can hold on to that bad boy for like 3-4 months. And unless you longed from 1300 back in April of last year, you don't have much. And unless you short it from like 4700 or 4800, anything that's less than that or anything in between that, I'll hold on to it for maybe like a couple days, couple weeks, and then dump it, take profits, and then move on to the next trade. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, DJ. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think the channel is about to have where I can actually start giving like awards. I don't know. YouTube lets you monetize it to some perspective, so I need to get the times watched for the videos, and then I can start giving out like badges and things like that nature. Kind of keep it a little bit more entertaining for you guys. But if you haven't heard it from me today, let me say thank you. I appreciate you guys being here. It means a lot to me personally. This is just a personal goal in the sense of the channel, but more importantly is to teach you guys, how to be profitable, how to look at setups, how to manage yourself from a psychological perspective on a day-to-day basis. And obviously if you're here, then you're going to be profitable to some capacity. Even if that means you don't make any gains for the day, you still protected capital. So that's really going to be some of the main foundation as far as when we're running these streams. But nevertheless, just want to say thank you guys. I really do appreciate all of you. Tired of that song. I'm gonna change that up. All right, let's take some of this off here. Bro, people will absolutely lose their mind if we go back to 2788. You're gonna see so many people talking about ETH like, I hate this coin. It is such a scam coin. It is so manipulated. Yada, 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 yada. What people don't fail to realize is that ETH, from a bullish perspective, is just in this long consolidation phase. Long consolidation phase. And when you're inside of consolidation phases, that's where it becomes difficult to hold positions. You can't be married to them. You just can't. And coupled with that, there's always going to be a trade. There's always going to be a trade. just about being, prepared for it on a day-to-day basis. I try to teach you guys, how to use the 5-minute trading strategy when you start building a range, right when a session begins. So my point to that is like, it doesn't matter if it's, Wednesday in the week and you're just getting back on the charts. There's always going to be an opportunity where you can get into a trade. I think the most important thing for most traders is understanding and learning how to not chase that trade altogether.
Hey Google, turn on lamp. There we go.
All crypto is a scam. That's what's up, Nagish. I hope I'm saying that right. Nagish? Nagish? It sounds oddly close to a slur. I'm not trying to butcher your name. I apologize if it sounded like that. What's up, party? Nice to see you too, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh, been asking for this all day. Jeez, was that today? My gosh, was that today? I'm not done. Let's look at no, that's not what I want to see. Maybe we can see it here a little better. Well, it's pretty freaking parabolic. It's a parabolic move. I don't even have anything on that, really. I mean, that's like your best bet. 53. I don't have anything for silver, really. I mean, it's in a parabolic move right now. I'd wait for signs of weakness. I mean, you got a shooting star that came over here, but look at that. And from a sequential count perspective, this got to be burning hot? Yeah, it's burning hot. It got a 7. So I look for another high on this, to be honest with you. I look for another high. But I wouldn't have a setup for it, to be quite honest with you. You know, when it's running parabolic like that, I wait for signs of weakness. I'd look for whatever occurs here, see if it's going to sweep it or not. Look at ETH go. Look at you. You're such a bugger. You're such a bugger. That's a pretty significant cooldown if I can get one. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of a cooldown on that. You came right into that order block and then you bounced. Dang it, let me I'm looking at silver and I'm not paying attention to this. I could have took TP a little bit heavier there at 3005. I had to take it at 3012. Can I trade? Can I please trade? Yeah, so now that looks like an A. So then this is really what I start doing here. You know, once I see a move like that, I start to see what levels it can come up to. And then always keeping the extension levels in mind in the event that I want to run past this area and get into these zones. So, you know, looking at A, you know, I'll put the fibs over here, but I'm just going to use this for right now. And so let's add in a 0.5 and a 382. There's the 382. It went straight to the 382, but I don't trust that. I don't trust that. I'm going to throw in a 618, which is right in the middle of the road. And I'm going to throw in a 707 right in the middle of the road. Yeah, lots of levels, but nevertheless, something to be paying attention to. All right. And then let's flip this on its head real quick. Let's see what those extension levels look like to the downside. I'd go for that. I'd go for that. This idea actually panned out pretty well, so we're going to hang on to this right now, but we're going to get rid of it a little bit later, so that way we have some clean charts. Yeah, see, this kind of makes sense to me because look what's right over here. Look at this imbalance. So maybe we get back to 3019, somewhere in that area. Flip that back over again. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, somewhere inside here, the 618. 618 is usually a strong fib. Remember, what follows a 5 impulse wave, you have an ABC correction. So this kind of alludes to saying, okay, well, wave 5 looks like it's in. That it has the appearance, it's not confirmed. It has the appearance that it's in. Like if we get into one of these fib levels, let's say 618 or 707, 786, and we start breaking down here in this area, then we can measure this out and say, okay, well, we got a wave B here. Let's look at, you know, where is wave C going to go? If I look left, I can see there's an imbalance, and then I have a fib level, an extension fib level that sits right around like 2.414 inside that area, which is a little bit of a deeper wave C. Wave C can go to like 1.313 inside of that area. But this kind of lines up, so there's confluence that's inside this zone. Yeah, you're welcome. I wish I can give you more information on silver. Just it's not something that where it's currently at right now, when it's on a parabolic move like that, I wouldn't be shorting from that area. I'd look for more signs of weakness. I defer over to your weekly, and then, you know, check back in on it next week, because that thing is ridiculously strong right now. Yeah, I believe gold topped like it already surpassed 5K. I haven't checked on it today. Guys, I'm pretty fluid and pretty open when it comes to my positions, what I'm going to be doing, how I'm going to be handling them, what my stop losses look like, things of that nature. We have to limit the same repetitive question. Short here, long here, short here, long here. I mean, I'm overlooking those questions intentionally because I'm trying to push you into the point of paying attention. Maybe you have your chart open on your screen and you can mirror the same thing. I've taught over 40 students. A lot of them literally copy paste my same strategy and they become successful doing that. So all that I'm asking is that we try to limit those same questions of asking short here, limit here. It tells me two things. One, you're panicking, and two, you're really not even listening to me. You're coming to this stream and treating it like a gambler, like, putting money in the slot machine, pulling it down and saying, okay, gimme, 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 gimme. It's like we got to stay focused here. So if you have questions that are related to the strategy, if you want me to look at a pair or anything like that, I'm more than happy to do that. I spend a lot of time with you guys, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. But at the same token, on the same breath, I can't answer the same question for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. I say all this respectfully to you guys, not to come at anybody, but just let's try to keep the mentality clear when we're trading in here, while we're streaming. Back to the charts. Private mentorship, just shoot me a DM on Discord and I can walk you through it. I am booked solid for the month of February. It is a short month, but the last two seats that I had, those were taken already. So I'm pretty much jam packed with students for the month of February. I'll start opening enrollment like a week before the month opens. Some individuals, what they like to do is they like to save their seat, so they put a deposit for that next month. What I usually do in advance for them is I'll send them all the tutorials, all the courses that they'll have, so that way they can just kind of watch at their own pace and their own speed. And then when we have our one-on-ones, they'll have more of a reference as to what we're looking at. ETH just went to that level, which is 3019. So we're going to get rid of all this extra noise here, like that. And so this is kind of what I look at, right? This is what I'm looking at, saying, okay, do I have a wave B here? I do have a 9 failure here below, and I also got a 9 failure here above. It's really going to be a question of which side is going to give first. There's some additional fib levels that it can come to. We can come up into these areas over here. A, B, maybe get an ABC like that. Not an ABC. Looking at a harmonic. Let's throw in some pivot points real quick so we can just get a little bit of guidance. No pivot point there. Interesting. But a pivot point there. Interesting. So what are you going to give me? You're going to give me this? Maybe. 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 I'm old enough to be someone's dad. I've been charting for 20 years, so if that helps. Yeah, I thought ETH would outperform a lot of things, but the sad case right now for ETH, it's been a sad case, just from a performance perspective, right? Because, it's the second largest cap that's out there next to Bitcoin. And Bitcoin from 2024 all through 2025 hit multiple all-time highs several times over and over and over again. While ETH just struggled last year to hit an all-time high. And then never went back there again. Never went back there again. I think a lot of it has to do with gas fees and things of that nature. A lot of people probably not trading on it from that perspective. It is technology based as far as how Ethereum works. So I think there's some holes in that. But when this thing starts to actually perform, when it does, it's going to be one of those look out. It's going to be one of those look out. All right, so we got I'm still going to leave those other levels there just in the event this was a fake out, in the event that we actually squeeze a little bit higher into these zones. But I'm looking at somewhere down in this area. I mean, I'm trying to map this out from like a harmonic perspective. This, mind you, this is on a 3-minute. I don't have enough screen real estate there, so I can get a Navarro out of that. Let's possibly get a Navarro. But that's if I can come down to here, if I can get a flush into this area. I would look at that. Definitely take profits here. Enter short again here. Then take this again. But to get down to 27.88, like that's not going to happen. Not like this, at least. What did we say? 27.88? So then, yeah, none of that would work. None of that would work. None of that would work. I'd have to map that out from a higher time frame. None of that would work. Actually, we already have one that's mapped out. I believe on a 34 and only visible on 34. Okay. But that's what that looks like. That's what that looks like. So if I came right back to entry, the pattern is still valid. We're just running right back to entry. And I wouldn't short that thing until I got to like wave C. Actually, where do I have wave C? Yeah, right over here. 34 and some change. There's one thing to note. If you look at each and every single bear market that we've had, okay, I'm on a 610. I need to be on a weekly here. What are you doing, Saint? Not every single one of them, but for the vast majority of them, right? Outside of, what is this, 73? That's not the one I want to focus on. It's a 2022 one, right? We had a drop every time we got to this 3,500 benchmark. See right over here, we hit a 3,500 area, 3,400, boom, drop. Then we got to 3,500s again, boom, drop. So now we're inside of this zone right over here, right? This leaves all this area over here still to be tested if we're looking at true ABCs. So this is why I'm just being cautious and not being married to shorts or anything like that. I think like a heavy short would come from these levels, 3,800s all the way up to 4,000 inside that area. That is still considered bearish retest. 4,400 still bearish retest. It would invalidate some of the counts that I have on a daily, but nevertheless, I mean the key area would be really like 38.86 inside that area. If ETH were just to say, yeah, we're gonna smoke everybody. I mean, when's the last time we were at 3,800s? October? It's been over like 3 months. It's been over 3 months. Like, come on, ETH. Give us something. Yeah, see? These levels look like they're going to get taken. People are just aping in. Just aping on in. Maybe another head and shoulder there. can go kind of sideways like that. Pretty damn close. Pretty damn close. I'll take that. We can get rid of this for right now. Actually, we'll just hide that. We really don't need it. We're gonna get rid of this later, so let's just make sure we delete this later. I appreciate that, Shine. Thank you, man. Thanks, Ricky. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Gold went 5K. I think like last week or earlier in the week. I was just looking at the other day. You know, Peter Schiff right now. He's sitting there doing break dances. He's doing windmills right now. And you know he's talking cash crap right now to every single crypto and influencer out there. This is why gold is so much better. Whatever you say, Peter. Whatever you say. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, guys. Be right back. All right, what else I got? Saying my any opinions on FOMC here, or what is it? Not me. I mean, I'm not afraid to trade FOMC days, and I know some individuals they like to sit sidelined. I get it. Sometimes those are wild days overall. Sometimes, excuse me. Sometimes the information is already priced into that. I just trade it like it's a regular day, to be honest with you guys. I know that I know at least about myself. I mean, 99% technical trader. I like the analytics of being technical. I can kind of put my finger on it and go, okay, well, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. Being fundamental, whether the bias is bullish or bearish, it's really contingent on what the big boys want to do, what institutional money wants to do at the end of the day with that information. And then the other side of that is if institutional money is actually going to fade, what you may see in geopolitical news. For example, like Trump said the other day that the U.S. government is never going to sell their BTC. They're going to continue to hodl. And you may see that as, institutional money that's out there, whether it be China, whether it be some other countries, like, all right, cool, we're going to short it. Or the opposite, right? Maybe they long it. So, it's difficult to put your finger on that. And wars these days are, waged through economics. How can they hinder their competitor per se from a economical perspective? So that's, for me, that's just no. It's not that it's too much. It's just there's too many holes as for what could happen here, and then the research that you're doing in the sense of economical data, geopolitical news, things of that nature, like that just becomes really extensive, and then you got to build a bias around that. And for me, it's a lot easier just building my bias from a technical perspective and just running with that. Glad I took profits on that. We're we're blowing past this level, so let's lose the door. Oh, you went right above it. Wow. Where's your liquidity at? Where are you sitting at right now? You got thin blocks that are over here. Thin blocks that sit over here. Thin, 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 thin. Thicker blocks that sit over there. Oh. Alright, that looks like a good west side. This is W there. Don't mind me. I'm just being retarded. Hey Google, change smart bulbs to daylight. That's the technical level, Omar, that I'm looking at. You know, for us to have a continuation up to the upside, price action moves by collecting liquidity. That's how price action moves. Period. So you start hunting the liquidity zones where those targets are going to be, because price action should and would want to visit that area if it's going to have continuation in the opposite direction. So for example, if you want ETH to go to like 1900, well, it's got to go higher first. It's got to go to 3500, 3600, maybe even 3800 to reach those levels. There's more liquidity to the upside in order for us to go down to the downside. And let's say you want ETH to go higher. You're like, well, I want to see ETH, get up to 3800, 3600. Okay. Well, we need to get to like 2500, 2200 to be looking at those levels. So with that in mind, in order for us to have any type of moves to get into, let's say 3400 here inside the month of January is about to finish here. Let's just say it just has one of those crazy moves and decides to move up to those areas. So we need to go and collect a liquidity that's at 2972. We have some liquidity that sits right around 2788. We need to go and collect that. That's how price action is going to move. Hence why the streams are called Ethereum Liquidity Hunt, as we hunt liquidity. And then we build our bias and setups around that. River. What the heck? Why can't I type? That's crazy. Why doesn't it let me type? Maybe we can get a trend line from here too. Man, this played out perfect though, guys. This actually played out perfect. Look at that. This played out absolutely beautifully. This wave count, this subwave, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Let's see. I mean, maybe we can get a trend line from this pivot point to somewhere over here and see where that kind of lines up. Yeah. Because, you know, think about it, on a higher time frame, we're still measuring out a wave one. Wave one can just be like, yeah, I'm not done yet. I'm going to go higher. But maybe it just goes down and collect a little bit of liquidity at around 29.72, and then it decides to move up higher. So TPing inside that area and looking at opening longs in that inside that zone would make sense for me in that regard. You know, just looking at it from a trend line perspective, right? Bounce, 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 violate it, defend, push, bounce, then seeing if it wants to come back here in this area. So that's just speculative. I'm just kind of giving a good idea as far as what I'd be looking for. All right, so it doesn't like this 618. I'm gonna look at these higher levels over here. I'm gonna look at some of these levels. I mean, these are still on the table, and then that just tells me that wave 5 wasn't done. Well, wave 5 technically was done. Wave B is just gonna give us an extension. Yeah, still gonna look at that 3036. Possibly. Yeah, there's a big possibility we get into that area. Just be ready for it. Oh man, you have imbalances all the way down here. Yeah, ETH is gonna go higher. Yep. Be ready for 3036. Be ready for 3036. Because USDT's got to clear this. And then this is going to correct this imbalance that's over here. So you have an imbalance over here and you have an imbalance over here. So just be prepared for that. If you haven't taken profits on your short already, if you're shorting from these zones, then I don't know what you're doing. But if you don't have any shorts readily available, then you look for these extension levels. That puts 3036. Yeah, and we're getting right to that 5 o'clock window right over here. What was this time frame? 5:09, so 6 more minutes. Watch this thing in the next 3 minutes, 6 minutes. Just wink, jump right up there. I'm gonna set some limits now. 3036. 36. I'll do a round number. It's fine. I set some limits for 3036, just as an FYI. If I'm wrong, then I'm positioned. But just looking at the way USDT is right now, see how it's doing that? Like I fully expect it to flush these areas. And where ETH is currently positioned now, that would give it the opportunity to stretch into this zone. Hey, what time did we get on this morning? 10:30? 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. Yeah, almost 7 hours. What's up, Cisco? What'd they do? I'll try to rock with you guys until about 7. Asia markets just open. So cash markets open at 7. So maybe we get that squeeze right at 7. If we don't get it here in like the next 4 minutes or so. Heroes tonight. Heroes tonight. River. A river can just completely be decapitated. That'd be fantastic. I need to set a stop on this. I got those doors open. It's cold. Hold on. Woo. Here, I got you, Nagish. Hold on real quick. We got a couple emails. Not emails. Messages to send to you guys. Apologies for the delay for some of you guys. I think I just replied to everybody for mentorship, what that looks like, things like that. All right, cool. I think I just replied to everybody. So anybody that reached out about mentorship, things of that nature, I did reply to you. Feel free to chat with me through there. Ah man, it didn't go to that level. Okay, so now we're gonna see bigger swings. What are we gonna get here? You front ran that area, but USDT did not sweep. You got bigger moves that are gonna occur over here. Let's stretch you out a little bit. Or right on the button too. So we got two directions really for bigger moves. You know, we can push into here. Or we can push into here. Those are your two directions. Indicator wise, I mean, it got sell signals that are printing, but DMI looks like hogwash. This trend is at 75. Usually like to see it like around 100. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame real quick. What does that look like? I got sell signals on a 34. ADX is starting to collapse, but DI negative is still under. Let's go to a 144. If it would load, that'd be fantastic. No sell signal just yet. ADX is still strong. DI negative is laying flat. We got here on higher time frames. It looks like that party is just beginning. So let's manage this accordingly. I'm probably going to do something a little aggressive when we get down to this area, but I'll probably look for a long inside here. To see if I can get a little bit higher. Right over here, see if I can get some impulses here. And then ride that to wherever wave one is going to finish. Maybe I can get wave one to finish right at 3057. It would look something like that. That's what I would look for. And the top of that would be, peak of wave one for me. And then I'd ride that all down to wave two. And then I'll remeasure wave two, what those levels are going to be. Use a 13. Yeah, I got an imbalance on that candle right there. Exhaustion candles as well too. Maybe touch the top of that order block. Oh, there you go. There you go. Gave a fake move first. Come on. Don't be shy.
I knew it. Surprising you didn't give me a pivot on that though. Straight into TP1. That was great. Hmm. I'm having a brain fart here. There we go. Oh, look at you, River. Decent for River. Pretty thick order block here, so if we see an aggressive move, that's a lot of people long in this area. We're inside of a bigger block right over here. One second. Ideally, I want to see it just a cooldown on that. That's what I'm looking for. You got some imbalance off of there. You got a majority of people longing right before Asia cash market opens up. No way. Come on. And just levitate. So I just cleared that. Okay, so I have that imbalance. I cleared that 9 failure. That was cleared right over here where this wave A was. Then I have an imbalance that sits right over here. Yeah. It's a perfect world. This is kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, this would extend much lower. But that's what I'm looking at. That's what I would like to see. Because there's a liquidity pocket that sits right over here. From everybody that longed inside this area. I don't know if I get that, but that's what I'm looking at. River looks good. The short looks good. Came right back into a demand area. It's got to flush that area. It's got to flush that area. Bing, 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 bing. Decent demand area over here.
I mean, A, B, C, then you got a wave 1, 2, then you could also look at it from that perspective too. Maybe this is a wave 1 before we can get down into these levels. Yeah, ETH, there it goes again. I kind of have a feeling it was going to do that. It just violate all that imbalance. What is USDT doing? Cleared, cleared. It needs to clear that, and it needs to clear that. So ETH is going to try to squeeze. ETH is going to try to squeeze. River has no buy signals or anything like that. That party looks like it's just getting started on a 34-minute. Yeah, River might go for a little flush. Just be ready. I don't know what happened to the Discord. Am I missing something? I don't know. I don't know what happened in Discord. No sé. No, yeah, I don't know. $31.67. Yeah, I could say that. My long would be very happy for that. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, see, I don't know if River's gonna bounce here in this area. It shouldn't though. Like that party looks like it's just getting started, and there's no buy signal on that. I was just being speculative, saying, okay, well, what if there is a wave 2 over here? What if it decides to go back up again? Like, what would that look like? I don't think it's accurate though, to be honest with you. So, don't quote me on that yet. 88. 90? It's impossible. Bro, if River went to 90, from here. OMG. The size of the short that I would have. Here. That's crazy. Why is River pulling? Well, I mean, I know why, but that would only tell me that this wave wasn't done. Man, if you go to an extension, ugh, that's gonna upset a lot of people. Yeah, it took profits on my River short. Yeah, I'm just gonna take profits on that. You got an 8 and a 9. Let's see. That's your best. That's your best case scenario. I still don't like that. Yeah, that party looks like it's just getting started. That means ETH would push higher. What level was this? 2973, 2985. Yeah, I'm going to set a limit here at 2973. 2973. I think I have a limit for above 2. I'm actually going to remove that. No, I'm going to leave that. I'll leave that limit there. It was at 2973.60. All right. All right, I have a limit set for that level. See if I can get into that zone. I've been taking profits off of the ETH short. My apologies. Sorry for the delay. As we get into these levels. Down, 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 no, no, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Yep. All right, I'm gonna get out of river here. End of day. I'll be looking to get back into river. You know, as we tap into some of these lower levels. This seems a little fishy for me. We had to move down, but if we can hold a 54, then you know, I'll see if there's an opportunity there to long it. But it should go down lower. But I'll still double check to see what price action does for us. Same thing for ETH. I've already wind down on that short. Good day overall. Did about 700 today and inside the challenge. We basically tripled our daily goal. So I could literally take tomorrow off and still be on schedule. I won't do that. I'll be here, but just alluding to the fact that that could happen. See, flush, flush, flush. One more flush down. Yep. Big squeeze. I just have this feeling it's gonna squeeze into this. You know, when you got that tingling feeling, like just unauthentic moves altogether. You got people just aping into longs. I still held on to my long. My long's not closed. I'm still holding on to it. I still have a runner going on it. That long's done a little bit over 2 today. So for me, personally, just it doesn't matter to me which direction it goes. What matters to me is just being disciplined and taking the profits where I need to take profits.
Yeah, bigger moves inside here. This is a long haul. This is gonna last all the way till 8:30 for like another 3 hours. There's gonna be a big one here. Watch Asia just push it up and squeeze it. There's no wick there, so can't even use that.
No, it's not. It's not being tracked in here. I'll do a weekly update for you guys once we get towards the end of it. At the end of the week, I'll give you guys updates, recap on the trades, things like that. You're welcome. Good night, Solar. Yeah, I think we tap into this here, into these levels. That's what the move feels like. Good day on river. Good day on river. We did about 2 on river. River actually kind of went to some technical levels for us, and it made sense, the areas that it went to. Yeah, 166, 176. Did like right around like 176 on river. No complaints. I'm pretty much spent on river. I mean, I've played all the moves that I could possibly play on that. So if I get a higher level, then I'll look to short it. If I get a lower level, I'll look to long it. Those will probably come offline, you know, when I'm not here. I'll try to post some ideas here inside Discord so you guys get an idea, have a roadmap as far as what I'm looking at for river. And it can recap some guide for you guys to utilize while I'm offline. I do need to make dinner though. So probably hang out with you guys here for about another 15-20 minutes or so. Give my ears a break from these headphones. All these unauthentic moves. What is BTC doing? BTC's where? 89? Yeah. Get 3036 before the night's over. That would be fantastic. Man, that was such a juicy call, man. 26, 27. That was so money. Gosh, that was beautiful. A, B, no, C, yeah, maybe it's C there, maybe, but could possibly have a C over here somewhere. I'm looking from a harmonic perspective. Looking at X, the A, B. That's a weak C, but then D would be like somewhere over here. At this point, I just want to see it flush either side. Feed my long or feed the short. We'll pick one. Pick one. You guys think we revisit 2788 before the month's over? So yeah, from a risk management perspective, one, set your stop loss. I'm going to assume that you are setting your stop loss, which is fine. Set your stop loss to something that's manageable. If you're running a high leverage, typically what I would do when I first started trading, at least crypto wise, because crypto moves so aggressively, it can move very fast. If you get 15% in the red, just cut your losses. It doesn't mean that your bias is wrong, just means you have a bad entry. And the stop loss isn't a representation that you're wrong. The stop loss is a representation that you can still be in the game, that you can still trade. That's the first thing that I look at. Second thing, when it comes to risk management, and this kind of plays into revenge trading. If you have 3 losses in a row, and even if your bias is right, but you just had bad entries, 3 bad entries, and say like, maybe, man, I could have gone in on the 4th time and I would have made all my money back. That in itself is revenge trading. And that in itself is you trading from emotions. So a hard discipline would be 3 losses in a row. I'm done. Even if I was right, even if I could have got back in and made my money back, just get out and stay out. I used to put a rubber band on my wrist, and I used to snap it every single time I had a loss. And that 3rd time, yeah, I was good. I wasn't going to snap it 4 times. I was good. I'd have a nice little welt on my wrist area. People learn from pain, right? And so that's kind of something that I would do. And then when you're done for the day, close the charts, close the PC, close the app, whatever it is that you're trading on, and go take a walk. Go try to walk for at least like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. Right? Because from a scientific perspective, when you're trading, you have dopamine, obviously. And then when you start to have that fear kicks in, or even greed, right? Because fear and greed, they both push out the same type of chemicals, which is going to be cortisol. And so very similar to like an athlete, football player, baseball player, basketball player, tennis, what have you, they have the same thing. They have dopamine that's being released. They have cortisol, but the difference is that they're doing a physical activity to off-put some of those chemicals so they can actually burn through it. When you're trading, you're sitting, you're stationary. So you have a flood of dopamine and cortisol running through your body. That's like high volatility when it comes to emotions. And you will end up doing foolish things, whether it's in your trades or inside of your personal life. That's why it's important when you do hit those losses, you go and take a walk. And the same thing with your wins, right? If let's say you get 3 good wins in a row, bet I'm good, I'm done. I'm going to go take a walk. I'm going to go and do something to decompress, get this energy out of me. Go sweat. Go do some push-ups. Go do some sit-ups. Whatever. Some type of physical activity just to release all of that inside of you. But you got to have that. I know it's easier said than done, but I've been guilty of it before in the past, and I've learned my lessons from that.
But when you're done, you're like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'll come back tomorrow because the market will be there tomorrow. There will be an entry there tomorrow. Stay off of Twitter. Stay off of, looking at other people's trades, what they were doing, what their P&Ls were doing, because that's just going to make you feel some type of way. Like, that's all related to risk management. I know it's a little bit of a mouthful, but that's my strongest advice when it comes to risk management. Make sure that you're not over trading more than what your portfolio can handle. If you're new to trading, you're still getting a hang of your swings. You have a $100 account, you have a small account, make $5 trades. Make $5 trades. You can take at least 20 trades. Are you going to lose 20 times in a row? I certainly hope not. But if you're making $5 trades, you have 20 opportunities to flip those into winners. And at that point, when you're trading with a smaller account, you're really trading live, yes, but you're also learning at the same time. You're not going to pay a heavy tuition for losing that position. For every loss, that's a lesson, right? So that's the tuition that I'm referring to. And then as you start getting the hang of it and you start getting better at it, then your margin can increase. Because you'll have more confidence. And I'm not saying money doesn't matter. So don't take what I'm going to say next as if that's what I'm saying. Yes, money does matter. But as you become more confident in your positions, you can be like, yeah, I'm going to go in heavier because I know what I know. And I'm disciplined enough to know if I'm wrong, then I can take that hit and I'm okay with that. I know I can make that back. I got 2 more opportunities for a better entry for me to recover. But those got to be, heavy disciplines. You have losses. It's not really an opportunity for you to go in heavier. Oh, I lost one. I was trading $5. All right, so my next trade I'm gonna go in with $15. Oh, I lost that one. So my next trade I'm gonna go in with $50. Like, that's how you lose. That's how you lose. Scalping wise, when you're scalping, you have your ideas and your setups set from a 1 hour down. I like to use unique time frames. I look at 34 minutes, 55 minutes, things like that. But then I just start managing it from like a 3 minute to maybe like a 13 minute. And then when I start seeing those wicks and I start seeing, whatever my bias is, let's say I'm shorting and I start to see those wicks, I'm going to take profit. I'll take out 50%, 60%, what have you, and then leave a runner. And in the event that I'm right, then I'm still in profit. But I don't look at it, looking at a scalp, I don't look at it saying, man, if I just would have held on a little bit longer, or if I didn't take profit there, I would have made more money. Like, that is not scalping. Scalping is going to be in and out, and you're just utilizing that time frame, that strategy, just to compound your wins. I've been scalping all day. Both sides. Here's an example, right? Like, we shorted this area right over here, which was like 3,010 and some change here in this area, and we came to 29.99. That was a scalp. That was like, for how long? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 minutes. In and out. We were done. Then it was a quick $100. $100 in 18 minutes. Like, not many jobs are paying that. So you got to think about that from a scalping perspective, right? Like, how much do you get paid for an hour based on your skill set? If you were to work a regular 9 to 5 type of job, what does your skill set pay you? Do you get paid $20 an hour? Do you get paid, $50 an hour? Sometimes people make like $500 in a day and they're like, man, I wish I could have made more. I'm like, yo, do you realize doctors get paid that? That's what doctors get paid. $150 an hour, some of them $500 an hour. Like, so if you're making doctor money, you're making good money. You just got to focus on compounding them. So when you're focusing on the scalps, it's literally in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Do not get married to a position. If you're looking for swings, obviously you have to wait a little bit longer. You got to wait for that move to develop, and you're just kind of sitting on your hands for a while. Definitely stay off of crypto Twitter. Definitely stay off of Discord, because you can see other people starting to enter, and it's going to mess with your bias. But to answer your question, that's how I would handle it with scalps. You'll recover. Don't focus on the loss. You'll recover. Just focus on moving forward and learning from the lesson. Make sure that you journal. I journal everything on my side.
If you guys don't have a journal, if you go into my corner inside Discord, I've provided you guys with a free journal. It can literally track your P&L. It can track all your wins, all your losses, all your different coins that you want to use. It is 100% free. And I've already built a template for you. So everything is already customized in that sense. You can actually see what your TP is going to be based on your leverage. So if you want to kind of play around with it first, saying, okay, well, this is what my entry would be. This is what my TP would be. If I'm going to go to full TP, this is what I'm going to do. Da 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 da. Like, you can do that inside there. Qualifies when you get carried away and lose it all. Have a daily target. Yep, yeah, definitely have a daily target. That's kind of what I posted inside this challenge. That's what I was sharing with you guys. You know, it's a 1K to 10K challenge, but you know, I'm doing 285 dailies, right? That's I'm okay with that. I chose to vibe with you guys a little bit longer today, but man, I could have been done at 11:30. Or no, that's a lie. I could have been done at 12:30. But I chose to hang, vibe with you guys, so forth and so on. But yes, definitely having a daily goal is important. And as your portfolio grows, then your daily goal can change. Then your daily goal can go from 285 a day to, you know, now I want to do 385 a day or 485 a day or whatever that number is. And it just takes time. Just takes time, and then you'll get better. You'll have really, really good runs. And you're going to feel like you're invincible. And then it's just going to take one day just to erase all of that. You know, and that's when we start looking inward and thinking too much of ourselves. The market will humble you. Without a doubt, the market will humble you. Yeah, no doubt, man. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, that happens to a lot of people. They take scalps and, you know, they hold on to it thinking it's going to be a swing, but the market hasn't been swing, at least from a long perspective, right? Right. Unless you shorted 4,700. I think I gave that call back in October. I posted inside of Twitter. I also posted inside of Discord. Unless you took that short, and I think there's only like 2 people inside of this chat. I know Sniper's one of them that took that short entry that's been holding on to it. That in itself is a swing. He's been holding on to it for like 3-4 months now. And then you can just keep adding to it if you need to add to it, what have you. But this isn't swing weather. And I don't think the juicy swing longs truly going to come until we get to maybe like 2200s or even 1900s, wherever that level comes from. If you had a swing long from last year in April around the 1300, 1500 benchmark, I was giving those levels out inside Discord. I was telling a lot of people ETH has the potential of going to those levels. Watch it. Some people were clowning on it. It is what it is. I took a break during that time, but what did ETH do? It went straight to 1300s. Actually, I had targeted 1500 and it went down a little bit lower. It went down to 1300s. But that would have been a swing. That the point to that is that would have been a swing. That's something you could have been sitting on for, 4 or 5 months. Longer than that. Well, I'm tripping. 6 months plus. And you're just sitting on that. But anything outside of that, if you didn't short from 4,700, if you didn't long from 1,300, you got to look at everything as intraday and scalp. Maybe you got like a short little swing burst here, right? Like something that you can hold on to, like maybe like 4 or 5 days, maybe like a week, 2 weeks max. But you're gonna end up getting round tripped, confusing yourself. So just stick to that bias. That's why you see me constantly saying on here, like, do not get married to a position. Do not get married to it. And it's also why you also see a lot of hedges, because I'm like, I don't care which direction it goes in. I'm going to play both sides, because both sides are going to get, for lack of better terminology, they're going to get effed. So I'd rather be on the right side while it's effing one side. And then when it's done effing that other side, I'm going to flip the other side so I can F the other side, if that makes any sense. Now, when we get to 2200, let's say we get to 1900, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a ring on that thing. I'm gonna marry that thing. Now, babies and all. And the opposite, ETH gets to 7K, 8K, 12K, whatever the case may be, and it starts showing signs of weakness. Yep, I'm gonna put a ring on that thing. Omar, I just think you're trolling at this point, man. I'll give you everybody gets one. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt today. If you choose to come back tomorrow, I promise you that that type of banter is not going to happen in the chat anymore. I'll just remove you, bro. Or I'll just kill the streams altogether. It takes one bad apple. Just go into the pin section, brother. Just go to the pin section and scroll down. You'll see journal. It's in big, giant, bold letters. Can't miss it. Just go to my corner. It's under Saint. Go to the pin. There's a ton of educational information that I post in there for you guys, from TD9 sequentials to Elliott waves to directional moving index, you name it. So I pin all of my educational content in there. Did USDT sweep those or what? Didn't. You son of a gun. Come down here. Ah. All right, it's not coming down here yet. But it's all in there. And the journal's pretty robust. You can customize it on your own. You can adjust your own leverage in there, whatever your standard leverage that you use. You can add your own coins in there if you want to. I've already put a whole bunch of slew of coins that I've traded from Grass, Ordi, ETH, obviously, BTC's in there. There's a whole bunch of coins, but you can customize it. You can remove them, add them, what have you. And Airtable is pretty aggressive. It's like, it's like Excel on steroids, if you will. But you can add you go to TradingView, grab your link for your chart, add it in there. So if you want to change the view to a gallery view, you can literally just thumb through your setups. I'm like, oh, I remember this setup. What did I do here? What did I do differently? You can put your notes if you lost. Like, what was going through my mindset during that? Was I hungry? Was I upset? Was I revenge trading? Did my significant other piss me off? Like, whatever. Did my boss piss me off? Like, it doesn't matter. You can put all those notes, so that way you can kind of track where your mental is at. When it comes to journaling, the saying goes, what gets measured gets improved. That's how you got to treat your journaling. You're measuring your mental capacity. You're measuring, what your thought process is behind your setups. It's not just journaling to say, I was profitable to this day and I lost this day. It's journaling to know where your mindset was at when you're taking those trades. So that way, when you do go back to trading, you're at an optimal position to trade. If you're off that game, you didn't eat, your significant other piss you off, whatever the case may be, you already know, like, nope, I've been here before. And anytime I try to trade under those circumstances, I always lose. So guess what? I'm not trading today. I'm not going to trade today. ETH cleared that imbalance. Thank goodness. That's one. Still got another one to clear. I feel like Asia's going to squeeze. Just the way this is kind of sitting here in this area, I feel like Asia's going to squeeze. Yeah, no doubt. Mentorship will always be there. I've been running the mentorship for the last 2 years now. So I'm not going anywhere. I have a heart of a teacher, if you can't already tell. I love to teach. So it's something I'm deeply passionate about. I like to see others succeed. I'm a father. So, a lot of that stems from being a father. Wanted to see, my children do better better than me. So a lot of teaching stems from that. So you always get that out of me. But yeah, whenever you're ready, if you ever need me to save you a seat or anything like that, by all means, yeah, you could always work your way to save yourself a seat. Excuse me. Yeah, sometimes hitting stop losses can be a little bit of a bummer, especially like I think the worst is like it hits your stop loss and then it goes in that direction. It's like, oh, oh, you were hunting me, huh? Those can be kind of painful. Yeah, as the market starts to wind down into this, excuse me, into this Asia markets, cash markets about to open here in the next hour or so. I feel like they're gonna squeeze a little bit higher. Come over to a 377 real quick. Let's take a peek at that. Of course. Why would TradingView work for me right now? Am I running into frame rate drop? No, not too bad. Hold on, let me refresh that chart. I'm still here, so just bear with me. Just waiting for the chart to load. There we go. And it's back on. What is up with TradingView? How come it's not giving me that? Thank you. Hmm. I think we were looking at this earlier. At least I was. I mean, that's pretty basic. Bro, I have not seen a bear flag perform yet. That would be the first bear flag we ever get to perform. I'd do a backflip. It probably won't. It's super speculative. Yeah, volatility about to kick in. Small little buy signal, sell signal here. Bearish trend running into exhaustion here. I don't think that'll perform. I just want to see a giga squeeze on that thing. Squeeze the life out of these bears. Get everybody euphoric. Now, inside the month of February, could it go to 2,300? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely on the table. You know, over the next 60 to 70 days inside of Q1, that's really what I'm looking at. Seeing if we can reach those levels inside of Q1. I mean, if we can just get this thing to sweep, man, that's really all we're looking for on USDT here. You know, whether it comes now, here in the next, 40 minutes or so, but that would be the ideal move. I think this order block that just appeared at try that again. See, this order block that just appeared out of nowhere. This is where a majority of people are starting to short. So take that for liquidity and get us into 3036. All right, I'm gonna chill with you guys for about 15 more minutes or so. Good questions from you guys today, especially on the risk management. Those are good questions. I'll try to answer anything I can before I hop off here. Well, technically the market, yeah, the day closes. Sorry, yes, you're right. Yes, day closes in about 45 minutes. New day starts. Yeah, Sol probably tries to attack 140 and then go above. This looks like it's inside of an accumulation area over here. Made a double bottom as well. Right? Yeah, double bottom right over there. So Sol looks like it's primed to go a little bit higher from a daily perspective. It's going to attack this imbalance zone that sits right around like 137. It's running out of some strength and you got a buy signal here. So I'd be looking for long opportunities on Sol. That's something that I'd be looking for. You know, you got a demand area that sits right over here, like 122 down to 116. That's what I would be looking for. If the market could push down in 45 minutes, that would be great. And we saw something like that the other day. It was like 5 o'clock. New York closed. It was like 4:30. Asia market had opened right around 5. And then we saw a huge leg. I think that's what landed us somewhere around like 3,500. Oh, I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I'm on this side. It's not active.
What is this? This is river. Yeah, I want to see river get a little flush that little level right over there. That'd be ideal. Been good rocking with you guys today so far. Same thing tomorrow. If you guys are new to the channel, welcome and thank you. Be sure to subscribe, set notifications. I typically like to post the link for the stream sometime before I actually go live, usually about like an hour or so, or if I'm in a little bit of a rush, maybe I might do like 20 minutes before, what have you, but at least you'll have the scheduled post that's in there. What I'll actually try to do tonight is I'll post it, or at least I'll create it tonight, and then I'll post a link so that way it's already readily available. All you have to do is hit notify me, so anytime I do go live, you'll get a notification knowing when I am live. Typically in the very beginning of the live broadcast, I will share my thought process, what I'm looking at in the market, what I'm looking for to occur inside the market, and then we'll float down to lower time frames and then start looking to execute some setups and some plays. Every week I'll update you at the end of the week as far as where we are on the challenge, what is occurring. We had an overall pretty good day. I think some of you guys that were trading with me, you guys also had a profitable day, so I tip my hat to you guys as well too. Now it's just about managing it going through Asia. I'll be inside the Discord, so that way you guys can see if I see anything crazy going on in the market. You'll have an idea as far as what I'm looking at. But other than that, big thank you guys. Thank you guys again for being here. Tomorrow I'll try to be on here a little bit earlier. See if I can get in here around 8 a.m. Let's see how the market plays out for today. If I don't get any crazy moves going into London or anything that I need to manage, but I'll try to get in here a little bit earlier so that way we can trade on the markets open, and then when the cash markets open at 9:30 for New York, we'll already be positioned and have our bias that's set up for that. And if you guys have any questions or run into any sticking points, or if you just need someone to lean on, feel free to reach out to me inside of Discord. I'll be more than happy to give you as best advice as I possibly can and guidance in that area. Even if you want to send me your charts, I'll take a peek at them. Just give me some time to respond to them. Obviously, streaming here for 7 hours plus, I need to decompress just a little bit. I need to put some food in my belly here and just decompress. But I will get back to them. I will definitely not leave you unread. Other than that, like I said, again, thank you guys for being here. We'll pick up again here tomorrow. Outside of that, continue to be safe, be profitable. If you had a profitable day, take a step back, relax, rewind, decompress as well too. Go for a walk, do some push-ups, something to get all that energy out. And above all, guys, God bless you. Peace be with you. I hope you guys find rest as you go into the night, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.